Okay, we are live on YouTube.
All right, good morning and welcome to the October 11th, 2022 public hearing and public meeting of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We will begin by taking attendance, and I will ask our General Counsel, Mark Silverman, to call the roll.
Chair Carroll.
Here.
Vice Chair Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron. Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson. Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
All right, good morning, everyone. And again, welcome to the public hearing of October 11th. This morning, we will begin our agenda with public meeting items, which are applications for work on designated properties that have already had a public hearing and for which we have already heard testimony and provided comments. And the applicants are back today with revisions in response to those comments. And then we will move to our public hearing agenda for new applications for work on designated properties. And this meeting is being held via Zoom and live streamed on our YouTube channel. So if you would like to watch the proceedings, you may do so by going to YouTube and looking up the Landmarks Preservation Commission's channel. And if you would like to testify on any of the items, you may do so by joining the Zoom meeting at the estimated time that is shown on the agenda, which can be found on our website. And with that, I will turn it over to Corey Harala, our Director of Preservation, to take us through the agendas today.
Okay, thanks, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. Start today's Preservation Department agenda with public meeting item number 1, LPC 22-08983. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, Block 8021, Lot 64, 113 Warwick Avenue in the Douglaston Historic District. This is a colonial revival style freestanding house designed by John C.W. Cadieux and built in 1922. The application is to modify and construct additions and dormers, modify the rear facade, install substitute materials, and replace an entrance portico and windows. This was last presented at the public hearing of September 20th, 2022. No action was taken at that time, and the staff will be presenting the revisions to the proposal this morning.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Crair and Preservation staff. This application is to modify and construct second floor additions to the side porches seen here, enlarge and partially enclose the front portico, construct dormers at the rear facing slope of the roof, modify openings at the rear facade, install substitute materials, specifically hardy board trim, and to replace windows with metal clad windows. This item was last presented at the public hearing of September 20th, 2022, and no action was taken at that time. At the public hearing, commissioners present expressed support for the majority of the alterations, including the presence of second-story additions at the side porches. However, there was not a consensus of support among the commissioners present with how tall the additions were in relation to the main house. The applicant has returned with a modified proposal today. So here's where the house is located within the Douglaston Historic District, to remind you. And this slide shows the 1940s tax photo. Other staff level work is proposed as well, including removal of existing aluminum siding and installation of new shutters to closely match the historic ones. Here are some photos showing the existing conditions at the house and existing and proposed floor plans. On the right side, you can see the previous proposal, and on the left is the new proposal. The roofs of the additions have been lowered in height, and the front-facing windows are now in the form of dormers. In addition, on the west facade, the existing quarter-round windows have been retained, although they would be shifted closer to the eaves to accommodate the roof of the addition on that side. And here you can see the changes from the rear facade and the east facade. And here are renderings showing the revised proposal, as well as the previous renderings. The applicants are here to describe the changes in more detail and to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Let's just see if there are any questions first, and then we'll see if we need to open it up. Commissioners, do we have any questions? I think we don't have any questions. I'm going to send you all a request to unmute, so I think we can just begin our discussion. So as Michelle presented the last time we saw this application for these additions and enclosing the portico, and creating the sunrooms, we asked, I think we were comfortable with all of the changes, including the portico, as long as the details were going to closely match the historic details, but did ask the applicants to lower the ridge line, and some commissioners in particular asked about preserving the view of those side windows. And in lowering the ridge line, including dormers to allow for the windows at the second floor additions. And so the applicants have done exactly that. And you can see the change in these renderings. And this rendering, you actually have a view of those windows that they're shifting but preserving. So let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Chen, a Queens Commissioner. You specifically talked about the massing and lowering the ridge line last time.
Yeah, I think that's a vast improvement over the previous edition. I think the proportion, especially on that lowering of the height, really is a nice improvement. I will leave it to the rest of the commissioner to see if they have anything else to comment on this one.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Vice Chair Bland.
Well, isn't this nice? I think it's appropriate in all ways. It might have been built this way originally even. I think it's great, and I certainly can vote for it being appropriate.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi.
I agree. It looks almost like a different project, and I can approve this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
Yep, I wasn't here for the original proposal, but let me say first, this is the definition of Douglaston. This is a tremendous house. I love it. And what they've done with it, I think, is extremely sympathetic. I think and if I had been here, I would have agreed with the other commissioners' comments to lower those two roof lines. So I think it's appropriate. Terrific.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yes, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I also was not present for the first for the hearing for this, but looking at the comparison, this is a vast improvement. And like others have said, it looks like it may have always been this way. So appropriate.
Okay, great. Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I was here, and the applicant has responded to our comments very well. The reduction of the wings is particularly important, but also they retain the unusual windows on the sides and at the front, which are, I think, a really good thing to do. And they've reduced one of the windows was rather crowded on the rear, and they've repositioned that. So I think all of those changes have made it very appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire.
I think it's provable.
Okay.
But
great.
Sarah,
Yes.
I think it's probably the rendering, but the shutters on the front facade look really scrawny compared to the width of the windows. And I will assume that it's just because of the rendering, and that the real ones are actually looking like shutters that should be there.
Yeah, and we did raise the question about the shutters at the public hearing, and as Michelle I think presented, they are being resolved at staff level, so those will be true shutters.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have a consensus to approve. Commissioner Chen, would you make the motion?
Be delighted to. In the matter LPC 22-11609, 902 Shore Road, Douglaston Historic District. The application is to amend the certificate of appropriateness 19-39779 for constructing additions and a below grade garage, altering fenestration on the house and altering and relocating the existing garage. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed artificial slate shingles will have the appropriate appearance of slate, which is a roofing material consistent with the age and style of the house. That the use of standing seam metal roofing on the
Excuse me, Commissioner Chen, sorry,
sorry.
we have a mistake in the staff comments. These are for a different project. Let me just take a look here and see.
Okay.
I think you have the first hearing item for Shore Road. If you could
Okay.
refer to the public meeting items for 113 Warwick Avenue, that's the right side.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so in the matter of LPC 22-08 983 113 Warwick Avenue, Douglaston Historic District, application is to modify and construct additions and dormers, modify the rear facade, install substitute materials, and replace an entrance portico and windows. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the reconstruction of the side porches is warranted due to the deteriorating conditions, that the second stories are commonly found at the side porches at buildings of this style, type, style, and age, both as original features and late additions, that the height of the addition in relation to the main house and the use of dormers at the slope of the roofs will help them to remain subordinate features at the building, that the additions will match the main house in terms of materials and details, that the quarter round windows will be removed at the east facade and relocated to the west facade of the main house, thereby rendering this historic, retaining this historic feature, that the inclusion of the paneling below the windows at the first floors of the porches will be in keeping of the similar features commonly found at the side porches of the buildings of this style, type, and age with the historic district. That the smooth finish composite cement boards trimmed throughout the facades will have a feel applied paint finish and closely resemble the appearance of historic wood trim when seen from the public thoroughfare, that the existing entrance portico has been altered over time, therefore its alteration will not result in the loss of significant historic fabric, that the extension and partial enclosure of the entrance portico will be in keeping with the proportions and features commonly found in entrance porticos at buildings of this type, style, and age, and will not overwhelm the facade, that the proposed windows will match the historic windows in terms of details, operation, configuration, and finish, and since the building is set back from the street, the proposed aluminum cladding at exterior windows will not be readily discernible or diminish the character of the building, that the first floor rear extension of the eastern side porch, modest footprint, limited height, simple massing, and setback placement will help it remain a subordinate presence, that the rear facade is only seen from the public thoroughfares at a distance from oblique angles, and the changes will not call undue attention to themselves, that the dormers at the rear roof will only be seen from a distance and at oblique angles from public thoroughfares and are typical shed dormers at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of materials, details, and massing, that the modification to the rear facade will not remove any significant architectural feature or special windows, that the new windows at the second floor will match the other double hung windows at the building in terms of materials, configuration, operation, detail, and finish, that the pair of multi-light doors be installed at the first floor of the rear facade will be in keeping with the door found and enlarged openings as secondary facades of single-family homes throughout the historic district, that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District.
Great,
My
thank
apologies
you.
for reading the very first Douglaston thing. I pulled up. It is the first item on the agenda,
I know it's the first public meeting item and the first hearing item, so.
and they're both Douglaston Historic District. Sorry.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
All right, that's approved. Thank you. And we'll move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is public meeting item number 2, LPC 22-09131, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 610, Lot 25, 176 and 178 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a pair of Greek Revival style houses built in 1839, and the application is to construct a rooftop addition, replace front doors, excavate the cellar and rear yard, and alter the rear facade. This was last presented at the public meeting of September 13th, 2022, and no action was taken at that time. The staff will be presenting the revisions to the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 176 to 178 Waverly Place are a pair of row houses located on the west side of Waverly Place between West 10th Street and Christopher Street within the Greenwich Village Historic District. The proposal was previously presented at the public hearing of July 19th, 2022, and a public meeting of September 13th, 2022. Here are elevations of the previous 2 proposals, the original on the left, the September 13th proposal in the center, and the revised proposal on the right. At the previous public meeting, the commissioners were supportive of the changes that they made to the rear facade and rear addition, including changing the gray brick to a red brick, as shown in the original proposal on the left, the previous proposal in the center, the installation of a 6-inch thick spandrel at the double height windows of the rear addition, and the elimination of the double height window at the top floor of the rebuilt rear facade, and the use of a more typical fenestration pattern of punch window openings, and of changes to the design of the skylight at the rooftop addition to make it less visible. However, most commissioners were still concerned with the design of the rooftop addition, with a front facade that had little distinction between the 2 buildings below, and a rear facade that was set back just under 1 foot from the plane of the rear facade below. In response, the architect has made the following changes. At the front facade of the addition, they have set back the plane of the northern portion above 178 Waverly by 1 foot. And they've added a door near the center of the addition and new window openings at the southern portion above 176 Waverly. And at the rear facade of the addition, you can see that better in the axonometric here, showing the distinction between the 2 row houses, or reflecting the distinction between the 2 row houses below. And at the rear facade of the addition, they have revised the location of the rooftop addition with the plane of the northern portion, again above 178 Waverly, that is now set back 3 feet from the rear facade. And at the southern portion, it is now set back 18 inches from the rear facade. The architect has also added these small masonry parapets at the outer walls and at the center of the rear addition to provide more delineation between the 2 former row houses. The architect is on hand if you need have any specific questions about it that I'm unable to answer.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bland, please go ahead.
Muted, sorry. I can't remember the material that's being proposed for the rooftop additions.
I believe it's a zinc, standing seam zinc. Let me see if there is, let me find I think it's the original presentation has that. Yeah, here's the materials, sorry.
I'm just
skipped
wondering,
past it.
I'm wondering if
Yes.
It could be more, it could be a little more different up there than is being shown now. Either a change of material or color or something to make it a little more distinguishable between the 2. They're still pretty darn similar.
Okay, so you mean 2 different maybe metals colors on each
metal
addition.
colors, maybe one is stucco, the other is metal, something like that, certainly at staff level.
Okay. Commissioner Devonshire?
Yeah. Stay on that one for a minute, if you would. Is it a mistake in my perception, or has the rooftop addition crept closer to the front facade? And will that make it more visible from the public right of way?
I believe that is just the way this is rendered. I think the two openings on the punched openings that have the framing are that framing, I believe, is a little bit proud of that plane, but the intent is that there's no, the southern portion at the left is in the same plane as previously proposed. There's no increase in visibility. And if anything, there's a slight decrease, the northern portion set back 1 foot is now slightly less visible.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, other questions? All right, I think we might be able to move into our discussion. So commissioners, I'm sending you requests to unmute so we can begin our discussion. Okay, so this, as has been presented, this was proposal for rooftop additions and rear yard additions for these two houses to be combined. And this is the third proposal being shown to us today. We saw it originally and asked for some modifications to the design of the additions to specifically include the spandrel. And we asked for clarification on the visibility and some changes at the skylight to reduce the visibility. And so on September 13th, the applicants had come back and had added the spandrel, modified the skylight, and reduced the visibility so that it would be minimally visible only. And but the one change they didn't make is to set back the rooftop addition from the rear facade. And so instead they proposed a cornice to create a delineation. And we reviewed that last time, and I think everyone felt that the cornice didn't satisfactorily do that, or do that in a satisfactory way. And we asked them to continue to explore setting back the rear facade of the rooftop addition from the rear facade of the main house. And in addition, many commissioners also asked for more variety to help to create more distinction between the two buildings, particularly at the rooftop addition level. And so, as Tim just presented, they have come back and they have two different planes for the rooftop additions to help create individuality that reflects the individuality of the two houses. And both are set back from the front and the rear facades. And in the rear yard additions, they've also added some parapet pieces to help create a delineation between the two houses. So we'll go ahead and have our discussion. Commissioner Devonshire, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, I think they've met all of our requests, and this is approvable for me.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
I'm trying to unmute. Okay, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Devonshire.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bland?
Well, I'm not, but I think it could be remedied so easily with staff by differentiating even more the two rooftop additions with material, either color and or the material itself. I almost prefer the material itself being different. I think if we start seeing a lot of these combined houses all over our historic districts, which seems to be some sort of an incredible theme these days, it's going to continue to erode the idea of the single family house and the historic single family brick house. So I would hope that this could be done easily enough with staff level. I think the massing is okay. It's the material that needs to change and the coloration.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
So this is a question for you and staff, Sarah. So the only visibility, the limited visibility, is just on the very top. So in terms of trying to differentiate, that's where we would be able to see a differentiation. Is that correct?
Right. The question, the discussion on the differentiation actually was not about the visibility. So these changes actually are not visible from the public way, but they are sort of a philosophical change. And the rear yard addition can also be seen obviously from rear yards.
Right.
I mean, the rooftop addition.
The rooftop addition. Okay. So philosophically, so forget about philosophically. So I'm actually fine with it, but philosophically, I'm very happy to go along with Fred's recommendation, just to go along with what we're trying to accomplish, and because there is some slight visibility. So if the rest of the commissioners agree with that, I'm good with it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
Yeah, first, I just want to thank the applicant for their patience with us. Sometimes, when we go through this a couple of times, it does seem like we're, holding them to a very high standard, and we are. But I do appreciate their patience. I agree that this is appropriate, and I would concur with Fred's comment as well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yes, I agree that it's come a long way, and I think now it is appropriate, but I do agree that differentiating the two different halves of the rooftop addition would be an improvement.
Okay. And Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I support Commissioner Bland's comment. I do think that they've made in the back, they've definitely very much improved the sense of two buildings, which is great. Unfortunately, the front facade itself still looks pretty much like one big apartment house, and a little bit because of the way it was dealt with originally, with two different kinds of doors. But, they've done what they can. I mean, I'm not asking them to do more on that. But I think it would help to differentiate that upper portion from the rear. And even from the front, we don't have a lot of visuals as to what might be.
Yeah, I think, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it just the pit of the skylight and the sidewall that's visible?
No, I was actually unsure how to jump in there. There is some visibility of the southern portion, for sure. So, but it's seasonal.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me
Okay, so I
lost control. So.
Okay, so it is. So I misspoke. So it is true that seasonally you will catch some portion of the front facade, and so you would see a change if we differentiated the materials. That would be noticeable.
Yeah, right. I think that's important because the foot change in the plane is not going to make much difference, but color change or materials change will make a difference. And since that's really a very minor change to make, particularly if it's only the color change of the standing seam. I'm in favor of that, and otherwise I think it's just fine. I think it's well done.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Commissioner Devonshire, I know you supported it. Would you be comfortable making a motion to approve with the modification that they continue to work with the staff to study the colors and materials to further differentiate between the two buildings?
I will, although I think if they change the material and the color, it's going to make it
potentially more noticeable
from the public right of way and more visible.
I worry about that too, but I think the staff can work on something that differentiates it, that doesn't contrast too much and doesn't call attention to it.
Exactly. Okay. In the matter of 176, 178 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District, an application to construct rooftop addition, replace front doors, excavate the cellar and rear yard, and alter the rear facade. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the design of the new basement entrance surround and door will match the historic details found at the main entrance and will be in keeping with modifications at ground floor entrances found on similar buildings in this district. That the rooftop addition will not be visible from directly across the street and will only be visible over neighboring facades from limited vantage points on Waverly Place, Christopher Street, and West 10th Street. and will be seen from the north against the backdrop of taller apartment buildings. That the design and materiality of the rooftop addition featuring standing seam, zinc cladding, and punch window and door openings will be in keeping with the character of other rooftop accretions within the historic district. That the rooftop addition will be set back 3 feet from the plane of the rear facade at the northern half and will be back 18 inches from the plane at the rear facade at the southern half, and therefore will not overwhelm the original volume of the row houses. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I jumped off the page there.
That's okay.
Please stay tuned. That the recessed northern portion of the rooftop addition at the front facade will differentiate the two halves of the addition, reinforcing that there are two buildings. That the gable skylight will be lower than the bulkhead and will be in keeping with the visibility of typical accretions at the top of new rooftop additions. That the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from the public thoroughfare. That the presence of a large rear extension at the neighboring building has largely eliminated the visual relationship between the houses and the remainder of the row. Therefore, the work of the rear facades will not diminish the building's relationship with other houses in a cohesive row. That the proposed rear yard addition will project into the rear yard less than the existing rear yard addition to be demolished, and will be consistent with the height and projection of existing rear additions within the block, therefore will not overwhelm the buildings or diminish the central green space. That the proposed materials of the rear yard addition with dark red brick, multi-light windows, and punch masonry openings are in keeping with the character of the other additions on the block. That the two-story multi-light windows at the rear addition will be bisected with a spandrel that recalls the historic floor level, and that these windows and the large masonry openings will be in keeping with the fenestration found at lower levels of new rear yard additions elsewhere within the historic district. That the top floor of the rear facade was modified. Therefore, its reconstruction with new masonry will not eliminate any significant historic fabric or architectural features. That the new punched openings at the top floor with multi-light windows and a single tall door will be in keeping with typical fenestration patterns found at row houses of similar age and style. That the heavy cornice at the reconstructed top floor will clearly delineate the rooftop addition from the character of the building below. That the removal of the party wall will not be readily perceptible from the public thoroughfares through the 6/6 double hung windows at the relatively small punched window openings of the front facades. That the proposed excavation work will provide for additional clearance at the new subcellar and will occur within the footprint of the existing building and within a below grade rear yard extension, and that a significant portion of the rear yard will remain unexcavated, thereby retaining the green space at the block interior. And the excavation and any necessary underpinning will be done in compliance with DOB regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer or registered architect to protect the building's facades and adjacent buildings. And the applicant will work with staff to further differentiate the rooftop additions by changing color and or materials.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
Okay. And Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved with that one modification. So please continue to work with the staff and we'll move to our next public meeting item.
Okay, the next item is public meeting item number 3, LPC 22-11393, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 744, Lot 10, 353 West 20th Street in the Chelsea Historic District. This is a transitional Greek Revival Italianate style row house built in 1852 to 53. And the application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions, extend chimneys, and excavate the cellar. This was last presented at the public hearing of September 13th, 2022. No action was taken at that time. The staff will do a brief introduction before turning it over to the applicants after we open the proceedings.
Okay.
The staff will just be going through the presentation.
Okay, so we won't open it unless we have specific questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, good morning, Commissioners. Edith Belling, Housing Preservation staff. As Barry described, this was a proposal for rooftop and rear yard additions at 353 West 20th, and to excavate the rear yard. At that time, the commissioners were generally supportive of the proposal, but expressed concerns about the design, materials, and massing of the additions, requesting that the applicants set back the rooftop addition from the rear facade, lower the height of the rear addition to maintain a sense of the original building volume, and to restudy the design of the rear addition to better relate to the existing building and row house typology. You'll note that there were no comments regarding the rear yard excavation. So the applicants have revised the proposal, which I will walk you through, and they will be available for any questions if necessary. So the best illustration of this would be in this rear axon. This is the proposal as originally presented. It was for a full height rear yard addition that then attached to the rooftop addition. So in response to the commissioner's comments, starting with the rooftop addition, the applicants have now set this back 3 feet from the plane of the rear facade, which is hard to see here, but in the section that dimension is shown here. Moving down, the applicants have revised the rear yard addition to lower it by 1 story, therefore retaining a rear facade in the same plane as the existing building. At the lower floors and also design-wise, the applicants have revised this to be punched openings with a multi-light window assembly at the lower floors. And in terms of visibility, there's an appendix at the end, which we could go through, but the visibility through block gap remains the same, so there's no change to that. And I'll just leave it on this slide.
Okay, and the visibility through the gap, do you see it straight on, or how do you see it?
It's an oblique angle. There's a playground here on 21st Street, and so this is a zoom in of visibility.
I got it.
We'll catch beyond the building next door, and you also note that the building next door does have a very large addition that extends out into the rear yard, which you could see here.
Okay, so from that view, you see really a little portion of the rooftop addition, but the rear yard addition would be largely obscured by the much deeper adjacent rear yard addition.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Commissioners, do we have any other questions for either Edith or for the applicant? Okay, I don't see any other questions, so why don't we move into our discussion? And other than the fact that this is a single building, it's interesting to me that some of the changes are very much aligned with the changes that we saw in the previous application, and that is that the rooftop addition is now set back 3 feet from the top floor. The top floor maintains the plane of the original top floor, and the design of the rear yard addition has been restudied to have more punched openings at the second floor and a double height opening for the basement and parlor level with a multi-light assembly with a spandrel in the middle. So it seems fairly consistent with the design of other rear yard additions we've looked at. So why don't we begin our discussion? And as Edith pointed out, it is adjacent to a much deeper building, which obscures views and also imposes on the green space more. So Commissioner Chapin, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, sure. I think that the applicant has been very responsive in making these changes, and I think all of them that you just referred to and the presentation referred to say to me that it's completely approvable.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
I think it's approvable.
Thanks. Commissioner Chen?
Likewise here.
All right. Commissioner Bland?
Yes, these are very significant changes that have been made, and I think that they've entered the world of approvability, certainly from my point of view.
Okay, Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, I agree. I think the back is much more cohesive visually, and I mean, it's a better project now, and the fact that it's hardly visible is also good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
I think the staff should just take this slide 9 and hand it to everyone who's doing a rear yard addition on a single family. It demonstrates the 3 things that we face and address and question and advise about most frequently. The fenestration of those the 2 bottom levels, the setback and the retention of those top floor windows. It's just, I think it's the result, and thank you to the applicant, is a model for what we asked for. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree. I think it's a vast improvement and is approvable.
Okay, great. And yes, that's it. I've been around the group. Okay, Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion? I think we're all in agreement on this one.
Sure, thank you. It's very good. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 22-11393, 353 West 20th Street, Chelsea Historic District, a transition Greek Revival Italianate style row house built in 1852 to 53. Application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions, extend chimneys, and excavate the cellar. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Chelsea Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed single-story rooftop addition will not be visible over the primary facade, that the visible chimney extensions will be in keeping with other visible chimneys, both historic and altered, found within this historic district, that the rear facades of the additions will only be visible from public thoroughfares at a significant distance through a playground outside of the historic district, seen in context with adjacent altered rear facades, and will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or district. That the proposed rear yard addition will not project further into the rear yard than the adjacent addition to the west and will not diminish the central green space of the block. That the design of the proposed rear addition and reconstructed rear facade, featuring a brick facade with multi-light window assemblies, punched window openings, and stone lintels and sills, will utilize traditional row house materials and architectural features and will recall the fenestration pattern of the historic rear facade. That the proposed material and finish of the proposed rooftop addition will help it to blend with the background and will not detract from the streetscape. That the proposed excavation of the rear yard will not substantially eliminate the presence of the rear yard, and that limited adjustments to grade level at the rear yard will be compatible with the block, which features modest variations in grade level, and that the excavation of the cellar will be done in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect this building and adjacent buildings.
Thank you. And Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, thank you. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
So that's approved. Thank you. And we'll now move to our public hearing agenda.
Okay, we'll start with public hearing item number 1, LPC 22-11609. This is an application for an amendment in the Borough of Queens, Block 8014, Lot 26, 902 Shore Road in the Douglaston Historic District. This is an arts and crafts colonial revival style house designed by Wilbur S. Knowles and built in 1906. And the application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 19-39773 for constructing additions in a below grade garage, altering fenestration on the house, and altering and relocating the existing garage.
And Commissioners, the applicant has joined the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Please click on the screen and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Morning. I think I clicked on the screen. My name is Philip Metropolis. I'm here to present 902 Shore Road in the Douglaston Historic District. 902 Shore Road was seen by the commission, I think, in 2000, maybe the end of 2018 and 2019. I believe it was subsequently approved to basically renovate the existing house, which is the first house built in the Douglaston Historic District, and do an addition at the rear, relocate a garage. Here's the location. Relocate the garage onto a raised location. What was approved is on top, is on the bottom and at the commission level, and what's presented today is on the top in all of these images. So it was to renovate the exterior facade, relocate one or two windows, to create a new subterranean garage, relocate the existing garage to be a cabana, and then do some other site additions. Today we are here to propose and ask for approval of changing some roof materials on the existing roof. The existing roof is an asphalt shingle, and we are looking to change some of the accessory roofs into a standing seam metal roof, specifically on the the front porch, on the oriel window on the north side of the building. There's a proposed new conical roof over a round bay at the second floor, and then on the attic dormer roofs, and then on a cabana. And then a new proposed items would be at the garage. We're proposing to put a canopy, which we would also propose to cover in a standing seam. So we're looking at the roof material change. And then when the project was first heard, there was no shown conical roof, or no annotated conical roof at this round bay. The previous 1940 tax photo shows that it didn't exist at the time. And I was doing a little research, and in 1938, there was what was called the Long Island Express, a hurricane on September 21st, 1938, which devastated much of Long Island. And I was proposing potentially that perhaps that roof was damaged and it was taken off. And it looks, when you look at it, it looks like it's missing. There's something definitely missing. When the carpenters came and wanted to lay out this area, the circle of the round bay and the hip of the second floor of the attic roof, they're all in alignment, perfect alignment. So it was not a difficult thing to frame, and it just seems that in some of the other, it just seemed appropriate to that particular round bay. You could see it in this area view as well. Whereas in the existing condition, it really just sort of flattened out and had really no terminus at all at that round bay. Some of the other things, we've been at the commission before for some window changes, which were approved. We had talked about asking for the conservatory to be renovated, to be replaced, and Commissioner Devonshire accurately identified that existing gazebo conservatory as a Lord and Burnham, which it is, and the client was even successful in finding the original drawing for this particular conservatory, and has subsequently retained two craftsmen to completely restore this conservatory. One of the other things that we're asking for as a new item is in the relocation of the former garage to be a cabana, we're proposing to do a small cupola on top of the garage to replicate and mimic the cupola of the conservatory. Just going through now, these are some of the 3D renderings. You can see what was approved at the staff level on the bottom and what is proposed today with these patinaed metal roofs. Really, that's the only change, and not much. That one canopy at the rear. There's a small view of the garage with its cupola as well. We also, before I go on, actually, are proposing to change a single retaining wall that exceeds 30 inches in height, it's over 3 feet in height, and propose to replace the one wall with 2 stepped walls that would be landscaped and in order to raise the grade a little bit. This corner of the property does fall into a flood zone. So we're looking to protect that corner by raising that grade a little bit and wrapping, as you can see in this bottom image of what's existing, the wall stops short of the corner, and we're proposing to bring it around the corner as a low wall and raise that grade a little bit. Just moving on, just some other views, tough to see, but in the back, you can see there's a small canopy roof that we're proposing where the slope of that roof would match the slope. The current presentation proposals, the slope would match the slope of the existing roof, and we would have a slightly lower railing where the roof would come up above the parapet, act as a little bit of a parapet. I think we have some 3D views that perhaps show the different roof changes. The other part about the roof change is we were looking to replace the asphalt component, the dark gray component, with a synthetic Da Vinci slate material. Here you can see perhaps a little better off all these different roof conditions: the oriel roof, the front porch roof, the conical roof, the attic dormer roofs, and then the new cabana roof with cupola, and then the garage roof. And here also you get a better view of those walls and how they would step. And I think there's another 3D view that catches, again, more components of that. The garage, through our meetings with DOB, the garage had to get relocated a couple of feet just to comply with one of the setbacks. Here you can see section through those couple of proposed walls. Both of those, the 2 walls would be less than 30 inches so that they would not require guard protections, and the roofs would also be, the walls would be planted with the typical landscape planting from the district. I want to get to a picture where we have some, here you can see, again, these are just the DOB drawings showing the same thing. Here on the roof plan, you can see the components of what pieces we're proposing to be standing seam metal. Here are the bottom was what was approved by the commission of the cabana, and on the upper part we have the small cupola and some changing to the fenestration of the cabana. And then these were some examples of metal roofs in the district. And then here are some examples of some double-tiered walls, which are rare but do exist in the district. Some are made of stone, some are made of brick, some are dry stacked, some are mortared, and some are even have some timber in them. But there's a lot of sloping sites, so there's a lot of different ways that in the district that people handle the slope in order to create a bit of a level yard or just landscape yard. Here's a fairly recent construction photographs. The building is moving along. You could see that conical roof is right here, and we're asking that it be approved. I just want to make a couple of comments about the conservatory, only because it's so interesting and because of Commissioner Devonshire comment about it. When they pulled it all apart, and I think it was even Commissioner Gustafson who said, geez, it lasted 100 years, why wouldn't it last another 100 years? And I was quite shocked that when they stripped the entire thing down to the metal, excuse me, to the metal, there was only one piece that was really a little rough and had to be repaired. And oops, how do I go back? This way, I think. These craftsmen had turned the living room of the house into their own workshop. So that all of the timbers are made of cypress, and they're restoring whichever ones they can, and they're replicating ones that are damaged beyond repair. Here's an image of the 1916, 10 years after the house was built, conservatory. So the conservatory is a 10-year-old addition to this property. And then this is the Da Vinci material that we're proposing to go onto the main part of the house, and then conical standing seam, as well as traditional standing seam on the other smaller components of the house. And I believe that's what we're proposing today.
Thank you. Okay, we do have some questions. Commissioner Bland, please go ahead.
Philip, if you could just describe a little bit more in detail the metal roof. I think they're metal roofs and then they're metal roofs. And
Yes.
at the bad end of that spectrum, it's pretty awful. And so I'm hoping that all this pretty wonderful work that you're doing on this house is not at that bad end of the spectrum. So how high is the standing seam? Is this a commercially applied in huge sheets, et cetera? I'm thinking particularly of those kind of commercial applications that you see in, I don't know, barns and all sorts of other things that would seem to me to be inappropriate.
Thank you for that question. I believe that we're going for standard, really a fabricated on-site type of standing seam roof. The only roof that's going to be a little bit of a challenge is the conical shaped roof. But the idea is it's a fairly low standing. It's a low seam. It's an inch and a half. They're not wide panels. They're under 2 feet wide. They're probably 18-inch wide. Made from coil stock. So the idea is to do something typical to a more residential style, traditionally detailed standing seam. The attic dormers have this funny little kick as well. And this particular property is right on the water. And when it blows from the northeast, it blows hard. So and it is exposed to horizontal rain. I had one house where the rain would happily go up over curbs and get into the house, getting blown by wind pressure into the buildings. So we felt that a good standing seam would be a more appropriate material than a shingle on some of these lower slopes that are really low, and perhaps shingle isn't even as effective. But the idea is to do a residential quality. I'd like to see it in copper, but it's going to be a copper patinaed color standing seam, not a commercial standing seam.
All right. I guess originally this might have been something like lead coated copper or zinc or something like that. And I just want to be sure that what we're approving today approximates that sort of material and the sizes as well, because I think this whole thing could be ruined with the wrong application of this material.
I agree, and we would be happy to work with the staff to assure that we're going to be using the right scale and material appropriate to this particular application.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
This is further to the same issue. In your examples, I don't see really mixed shingle and standing seam metal. And the metal roofs some of them are copper, and they're on stucco or other kinds of material. And they're also consistent with the style rather than being on a frame house. There's one that's on what looks like some kind of a frame, maybe two that are on a frame house. I don't know if those were, I'm wondering if those were approved by the commission, but in any case, they're consistently, it looks like they're all metal rather than a mixture. So that's part of my question about the examples shown. And I guess the other, there was, Commissioner Bland said something about replacing the original. This doesn't have standing seam on it to begin with, does it?
No, it does not.
Building.
No,
okay, thank you. That clarification. The next thing, so I'm asking about, the relevance of your examples and also the color, which I understand the cabana would definitely be a sort of a patina, like a copper appearance. If I understood the presentation correctly. Are you intending copper for the other areas? None of the renderings show that. They actually make it look like all of the roofs are, when you're showing the entire rendering, all of the roofs look like they're some kind of a grayish. What is the color intent here? Is it for the standing seam in
It's
all.
I'm sorry. Yes, it would be a patinaed copper is what we're looking for. We're looking to pre-patina it. We're not looking to let it age with time because that could take many years, and it could it gets streaky sometimes depending on how rainwater falls onto it. So it would be a pre-patinaed or pre-finished metal that we're considering, and that it would all match. And I think what you're seeing in color range is just a function of how the rendering turns out. Whether
Okay.
it's
So just
So
to
you're
be,
thinking
yeah,
it would
so the metal would be green and then the slate would be dark gray. The
Correct.
faux slate, sorry, the faux slate.
faux slate would be a dark gray, yes. And as far as the other question, yes, I did show a lot of the houses that have a stucco and or either all copper or not. But this particular house is a wood frame house, and I was the architect for it who got the additions approved, and we did do the copper wings on that particular house. This is a mixed house. It has a clapboard on the top and shingles on top and stucco on the bottom, and it has an all copper roof. This project was a project that I did where it's a stucco building, and we did copper detailing just on the lower roofs specifically. This was a new house done up the block from me where the commission approved an all copper roof on top of a stucco house. And then this is a very unusual house that just happens to have an all copper roof, which was not the standing seam. Originally, that was a flat seamed roof. But there is a mixed match. There are not. You're absolutely correct in assuming there are not a lot of roofs where the standing seam is mixed in, but there are a few.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation of the examples. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire.
Sorry, Philip, I'm a little confused. You referred to the metal as being pre-patinaed. What is the actual metal?
That I haven't coordinated with the homeowner contractor as yet. I was proposing to do. I wanted to see a copper, which you can pre-patina. You can chemically alter the copper and then seal it so it'll stay that color. And then he was considering again doing a coated metal roof. So we haven't really finalized that decision as yet. Okay. But the goal would be a uniform color of a patinaed green copper.
Okay. Well, even when you treat copper with the copper acetate and pre-patina it, it's not a uniform patina, just like it's not a uniform patina on real copper that sits out for years and years and years. It's a totally different appearance if it's an anodized or a painted other metal. So I think it's important for us to determine what the actual metal is and what the treatment will be. I mean, for me anyway, before I could even consider approving it. Anyway, thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Bland again.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
To keep pushing this issue, but I think Commissioner Devonshire just put his finger on what my worry is. And so I'm going to ask the question, why do we need the metal at all? Can the fake slate be put on at that slope? And why don't we just have one material rather than this mix?
On the low slope roofs, these are really low slopes. The front porch, specifically the front porch, and then the what are they? I guess wedge shapes of the conical roof.
I understand the conical roof may not be able to, but maybe that's appropriate in copper or something like that. But the question is the low slope. I'm just unaware of what the slope is, and is that an appropriate slope or not for the slate material that you're suggesting for the
no, it would have to have a waterproof membrane underneath it. It would purely just be a decorative shingle roof at that point, and that the waterproofing would be through a membrane under that shingle.
Well, maybe that's the way to go. Anyway, it's a visual thing at that point.
Right. It's very, it's really, much of it isn't really, the only one that's really going to be visible truly would be this canopy over the garage, perhaps this little piece of over the oriel window, and certainly the conical roof. The attic dormers will be just partially visible, and the slope is so low at that front porch, it will not be that visible.
I understand. Okay. We've beat it to death, perhaps.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we will move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And as always, we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance and then move to others in the meeting. And I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We do not appear to have any signups for this. However, we did receive a resolution from Queens Community Board 11 recommending approval with a couple of requests asking for the applicant to place shrubbery outside the east wall and assurance that the adjacent properties will not be disturbed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I don't think we have any speakers here. So Philip, would you like to address the community board comments?
Sure. The community board, just in seeing all of the site work and the extra walls that were being proposed, just wanted to make sure that, one, we are not changing the grade of any adjacent properties, that's our goal, and two, that it will be that it will be appropriately planted, and that we won't be looking at bare walls, and that also is true. And if I could just roll back for a second to the copper versus metal, I completely agree with the commissioners. I don't particularly like the finish on the painted finishes. Perhaps I haven't seen a text from the client for homeowner telling me otherwise, but I do believe that a true copper material is the appropriate material for the standing seam here, and not a patinaed, painted material.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other questions? All right, not seeing any other questions. Why don't we move to close the hearing and begin our discussion? Commissioner Halford Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. And so there are a number of components to this application. There is the replacement of the main roof with a faux slate shingle, then the replacement of the dormer, porch, and conical roofs, and the cabana/garage roof with a standing seam, pre-patinaed metal, and adding a cupola to that garage as well. And then a small canopy on the the garage entry, and the retaining walls at the front yard. So we have roof, walls, roof of the cabana, and the canopy at the garage. And we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think I'm okay with all of the changes that you've just mentioned, Chair Carroll. It's a really wonderful house, and I think it's in good hands. I think the problem remains the issue remains for me, the standing seam roof. And if it's to be copper, I don't have much of a problem. My understanding is that pre-patinating a copper roof reduces its lifespan, but maybe a lifespan of 50 or 60 or 70 years is okay, which I think is appropriate with copper. But I really do resist the idea of other kind of commercially available standing seam roofs that are painted to look like copper, because it'll be inappropriate in this house. Otherwise, I think I can accept everything else, including the walls and the landscaping. So there I am.
Okay, all right, great. And I think since we've had this discussion in our questions about the materials, I'm going to go in a different direction and turn toward Commissioner Devonshire to sort of follow up on the material.
Good.
Well, thank you, Sarah. First of all, I'm definitely okay with the wall. Anything that will fight a storm surge, I think, is appropriate, and making that wall extend a little bit is very helpful. I'm okay with the canopy. I still have so many questions about the metal roofing. This is a magnificent building, and it is in good hands. I'm curious to know if the use of standing seam is simply a cosmetic thing that we're doing, because generally there's a specific amount of slope that's allowed for flat seam, and flat seam in some of these applications would be less visually obtrusive because you don't have that shadow from the standing seam. So I think that's something that could be explored. We don't really know what the original shingles were on this building, I guess. So even the slate seems a bit odd for me, but I can accept it. I really think, though, that we're being asked to adjudicate on a metal material that we don't even know what is yet. And so I think that the applicant needs to work with staff to, if you'll pardon the pun, hammer out what some of these details are going to be. I could conceivably approve metal on some of these roofs if it's done appropriately and it's the proper metal. I agree with Fred that if you did for example, the turret roof, the conical roof in the Da Vinci shingles, if they did it with narrower shingles, it would work. It would be much better. And the reality is, any slate roof really in a wind load is protected by the membrane that's under it. And so the membrane would be doing the work anyway, and the use of slates on that conical roof could be much, much less obtrusive and more appropriate.
Okay.
It's not too confusing.
No, thank you. And just on the subject of materials, since we're on the subject of materials, I'm gonna just jump across to Commissioner Holford Smith also to see if you have additional thoughts.
I do. I think I'm looking at the historic photos of this house, and I'm pretty sure that those dormer roofs would have been the same material, as well as the conical roof as the main roof. I don't find that putting a metal roof on those elements is appropriate. I think it should be the Da Vinci slate. I think it probably would have been originally a wood shingle roof, and I think that the Da Vinci will be, sort of comparable to that. So I think that should be used on the dormers and on the conical roof. I think on the porch, I think a metal roof, would be appropriate. I agree with Michael that very low slope is often difficult with a standing seam roof, and there is a minimum pitch. So a flat seam might be more appropriate and also less obtrusive, because you wouldn't, as he said, see that rhythm of the seams. I think a standing seam roof on the oriel window is actually appropriate because it's steep and it's a discrete element. And I think I could find it also appropriate on the cabana, also given this sort of discrete element and the pitch of the roof. I find the canopy over the garage very awkward. I think that should be restudied. I think the retaining walls are fine, and I think overall it's a fantastic project.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I'm gonna head back to Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I agree with Ann. Overall, it's a great project. The struggle seems to be, I'm fine with the retaining wall. I'm fine with the addition on the back. The struggle seems to be, given the nature of the exposure to the climate whether the original material fare well, it obviously is the preferred choice to let it stay there. And because all these years, all these decades, the whole historic district use similar materials or some sort of material like these. The question then becomes, I think whether it's Fred, the commissioner seems to be struggling, and me too, is the preference for the choice of material, and to that I'll defer to the majority. I think there is the main struggle for us.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lutfi.
So I'm I'm in agreement on a lot of these issues. I want to reiterate, which everyone has said, this is a lovely house and it's old. And these are homes, I feel, I have a home in a Victorian town, and, every time I see one of these homes kind of, I don't know how the Preservation Commission allows it, but when I see them compromised, my heart sinks a little bit. And while I feel that the applicants, everything the applicant is doing is very well thought out and has, good reasoning behind it, I think this wonderful house in an extremely visible location has a very significant impact on the landscape. And I don't think I could approve at all a change in the roof, just possibly on the cabana. From a material standpoint, I think it really needs to be uniform, and I really feel like we need to protect the historic and visual integrity of this home. And I thank you, Michael, for pointing out that any kind of slate or a roof would work in terms of a wear and tear standpoint, because it only really reinforced my very initial thoughts about this. Okay, so that's it. And then in terms of the retaining wall, I think it's fine. I would maybe just slope it instead of have it step down, because it just might be again visually a slightly nicer look. And I agree about the canopy on the garage. I think it needs to be restudied. It looks awkward.
Okay, and so on the oriel window and the which is on the side facade and the porch, those two discrete elements you think should also be the faux slate?
Yeah.
Even if though they're not part of the main roof. Okay. All right, Commissioner Gustafson.
Oh, I'm so confused between the change in the order going around the table and,
I know.
and the 35 different opinions. I think I agree almost wholeheartedly with Commissioner Holford Smith. I think on every aspect of what she said. I would just focus on a couple of things. One is that I think the applicant's decision to restore that conservatory as it originally was designed is absolutely amazing and terrific and much appreciated. The returning to the conical roof is I think now that they're suggesting it seems obvious. That's perfect. And the distinction that Commissioner Holford Smith makes between the different roofs, including the oriel window, that's the exact same thing that happened on my own house with as it was originally designed. So I think that's fine. And as far as the retaining walls are concerned, I don't really care whether they're stepped or sloped, whatever the majority prefers. And the canopy on the garage, I'm not sure I understand it. It just seems out of character completely. So in any event, those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin.
Well, I think that the mixed shingle and standing seam, or rather mixed slate and artificial slate shingles, and the mixed standing seam being mixed together is totally inappropriate to this district and is not something that you would generally find anywhere here. And I think the visibility of it really interferes with the sense of this house as in its historic condition. So I think that the dormers, the porch, and I was sort of leaning to maybe it would be okay to put it on the conical portion, but looking at the originals, just like Commissioner Holford Smith, I think that that also should be the slate, the artificial slate shingle. Anyway, I think it would be okay to use the metal on the cabana, particularly with that little canopy, since it could be seen as a separate building conceivably, and that would be okay as far as I'm concerned. I think it's a separate thing. But obviously with the proviso that whatever the metal is has to really work, as we were discussing regarding using it anywhere. I also think the canopy on the garage is not well considered and needs to be redesigned. I congratulate the applicant on doing the work on the house, because it is really going to be a terrific house when it's done, and also in restoring the conservancy, which I think is great. I feel like the wall really would benefit from being, it is kind of calling attention to itself and looking a little odd with all those ins and outs and ups and downs, but if the other commissioners feel that that is not a very important feature and doesn't really detract from the entire presentation of the house, I guess I could go along with those things, but I think they would be better off to just kind of smooth it out to a curve, which would look very nice, as you see in 7, where part of it is sort of, I think it's slide 7, where part of it is sort of smoothed out. And I think it would just look much nicer if it was sort of a graceful curve. But anyway, so
Okay.
that I think I've covered everything. I hope so. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, so I think you're not comfortable with any of the metal on the house, only on the cabana. But I think you referenced Commissioner Holford Smith comments, and I just want to make sure that I have those comments right, because Commissioner Holford Smith, I think you were comfortable with it on the porch and on the oriel, because those are discrete features, correct?
Yes.
But with a flat seam.
I think a flat seam is technically the better solution. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And
the oriel could be a standing seam because it's a steeper pitch.
Okay.
Sarah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was considering it on the porch, but I think that porch could be visible if you're standing, you're near the water there, but I'm not so sure that if there were a metal porch that you wouldn't see it as metal in contrast with the rest of the building. And I feel like that just isn't a typical condition of porches in Douglas than to have metal roofs. I don't think. I'd have to look more closely. Normally they'd be wood probably, but depending on the kind of porch, or else shingle. I just think that's I'd like to see some examples of where porches are covered in some kind of metal in the Douglaston district that are similar. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right to me. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Actually, Commissioner Gustafson, you had said you were fine with the oriel because it's what is actually on your house. And did you also have a porch with a metal roof on your house?
No,
just the oriel.
Well, at least I don't have pictures far enough back to tell me that.
Okay. And Commissioner Devonshire, you were comfortable with it on the porch and oriel as well, but not the conical roof. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yep.
Correct. Okay, and okay, so I do, I understand Commissioner Lutfi and Chapin's Commissioners Lutfi and Chapin's concerns about the mix of materials, and I think we all sort of had that instinctive feeling about it. But it does seem to me that the majority of commissioners are comfortable with some copper on the porch and the oriel as discrete elements, and on the cabana, as long as it is actually copper, and where you have the shallow roof of flat seams so that it's less discernible. So I think we're good to make an approval with that motion. I think we also have
Sarah,
several.
can I just
Yeah.
add one thing?
Yeah.
I think some of the objection might be also the pre-patinated copper. I think lead coated or zinc tin coated gray copper would be more appropriate, and that might put other people's people more.
All right, so Fred and Michael and John, are you all comfortable with, and Wellington, with that suggestion?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I think we also everybody has commented, not everybody, majority of commissioners have commented on the canopy and needing some redesign, that they can work with staff to look at the slope and materials of that. So Commissioner Holford Smith, do you think you'd be comfortable making that motion?
I will try.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. To the front. In the matter of LPC 22-11609, 902 Shore Road in the Douglaston Historic District, an arts and crafts colonial revival style house designed by Wilbur S. Knowles and built in 1906. The application is to amend the Certificate of Appropriateness 19-39773 for constructing additions and a below grade garage, altering fenestration on the house, and altering and relocating the existing garage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed artificial slate shingles will have the appearance of slate, which is a roofing material consistent with the age and style of the house. That the use of metal roofing on minimally visible roofs, such as the oriel and porch, and new features that are not part of the main roof, such as the cabana and possibly the canopy over the garage, will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the house. That a conical roof is a common roof form on corner towers seen elsewhere in the district, and the proposed conical roof at the corner of the house is consistent with the location and shape of those found on other houses and is harmonious with the building's roofscape. That there is a precedence for canopies over garage openings in this historic district, and the proposed, well, actually they'll work with staff on the canopy. So that the existing front yard retaining wall is not a significant landscape feature, and its replacement will not cause the removal of any significant historic fabric, and there is precedence for two-tiered and stone-clad retaining walls in the historic district. That the fenestration alterations to the cabana are consistent with historic fenestration on the house and will not cause the removal of any significant historic fabric. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the house and the historic district. However, I find that the use of two different roofing materials on the main roof of the house, including the new conical roof and dormers, is not typical of historic roofs in the district. That the proposed canopy over the garage is awkwardly proportioned and would bisect the garage roof railing on the front of the garage. And this is something they can work with staff, that the stepped front yard retaining wall is staggered, calling attention to itself, and not typical of retaining walls in this district. And they should work with staff to come up with the more sloped top of the wall for the retaining walls. Therefore, I recommend that all portions of the main roof of the house that are visible from the public thoroughfares be clad in the proposed artificial slate, that the applicant work with staff on the design of the canopy over the garage, that the applicant also work with staff on the selection of copper for the oriel window and for the porch, and that the finish of the copper at those locations be a gray finish, not a patinated finish.
Right,
I'm
and
not sure if I
and
missed
on the
anything.
I think on the shallow roof that they do a flat seam.
A flat seam roof, a flat seam on the shallow porch roof.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Sorry, second.
Okay, thanks. Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Nay.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved with a number of details to be refined with the staff. So please continue to work with the staff on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the next item now.
Next item is public hearing item number 2, LPC 22-07502, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 270, Lot 46, 40 Schermerhorn Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a row house built in 1855, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and to alter the front facade.
And commissioners, we're just waiting for the applicant to join as panelist. Okay, you now have control of the presentation. You may state your name for the record and begin. So Jay, if you could just unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Yep.
Yes.
So my name is Jay Cho from Chaos Architects. I'd like to present the 40 Schermerhorn Street today. And then the original building being known as constructed at the 1855. The brick and the brownstone material is a major one. And they currently in use the residential building, 4-family. How do I control?
So you just need to click on the screen and then you can, yeah, there you go.
Okay, so on the map showing that the current Brooklyn Heights Historic District map, the property located in the southeastern corner, pretty much the end of the corner of the district. And then the right next one is empty lot, and then we have one commercial building right next to it. So this is pretty much the last house on the same street on the south side of the exposure. So what we're proposing right now is the change of use. There is existing 4-family dwelling, each unit per each floor. It's going to be changed to the owner-occupied above, and then the one rental at the bottom. So that 2-family dwelling unit we are proposing right now. And we're not proceeding any kind of a variance. And then everything we are proposing right now is within the FAR, but we will have some proposing that horizontal floor enlargement, pretty much focusing on the full building width and full building heights of the rear yard. And then there is new stair bulkhead and there's roof skylight. And then we try to reinstall the missing historic features like cornice and lintel and pediment. I would like to show more images the later slide. Okay, this is pretty much a summary of the scope that we have. The survey we have on the left side, and then what we have proposing on the right side. The property, the unique feature is that because is very close to the commercial district, and then the part of about 30% of the property is basically belongs to commercial zone, and then the other 70% in the residential zone, and is intersecting to the vertical way that is about that percentages. The yellow color line is basically the area that we are proposing for the rear yard building enlargement, full width and full building heights that from basement through entire 4-story high. Photo on the left is what we founded. It is a 1940 tax photo. And then on the right side it is 1980, that being shown that original architecture features like cornice been completely gone. And then the lintel, window lintel, and some of the pediments been modified, and it's pretty much flattened right now. The current photo that we have is basically the showing entire cornice being completely removed, and then lintel is been flattened. The upper part of the lintel ornament is being removed, and then also the pediment's upper part is basically being simplified and removed. This is the rear yard building elevations, and then as I briefly mentioned that because we have a proposing horizontal floor enlargement, the rear yard building elevations been removed, and then we are extending about 8'3" toward to the south. So that is be slightly beyond those current deck line. So deck line is about 6'3" at this time. And the property on the left side, the western side, their rear yard extension is basically beyond our proposed new 8'3". So that been still extended it more than what we are proposing as new. The photo on the right side is showing the current backyard space. So on the left side of the wall is basically a commercial building. It's butt to the eastern property line. It's about 15-story high. The commercial building, no window because it's currently used for some kind of movie theater. And then it's basically blocking majority of the rear yard on the side of the wall. And then there is the brick material on the fence on the rear yard to the south side. And then the western side is the wood existing wood picket, the fence. That is only the one that we're going to replace it with a new one. We surveyed the entire block, and then we had the record found that it focused on the rear yard building enlargement history. And then we couldn't go the property by property, but some of them we could find it 1-story, 2-story, 3-story high. And then the red line shows where those Brooklyn Heights Historic District been ended. And then the immediate eastern side of the lot there was existing the residential building before, but been removed during the redevelopment for the commercial building, that building being removed and then merged into one single lot. So it's a part of a commercial, the zone commercial building. (1886) Schermerhorn map, and then this is the where we located it in the 40 Schermerhorn, and then it was indicated of the one last house on the eastern side, but currently removed, and then we currently at the one in the the end of the whole same street right now. And this is the 1898 Schermerhorn map, showing pretty much same as 1886. And then we currently look at it that way as pointed at there. 1916 Schermerhorn map that shows a couple of the rear yard extension of the building. I think the yellow highlighted the one that indicated certain extension in the rear yard being permitted, and then a couple of property been showing that the rear yard of the space been extended. The photo on the left is the bird's-eye view that's showing 40 on the top, the right-hand corner to the western side of the property. So 40 is basically 4-story high, one floor higher than the other, the remaining 38, 36. And the photo showing is that the amount of the rear extension, the completed on the 38 was basically extended a lot, and then it casting a lot of shadow most of the afternoon, the daylight casting into the lower part of the rear yard window. So unfortunately 40 is one side of the eastern side of we have a commercial building, high rise, 15-story high. They're blocking majority of the morning daylight, and another 38 building their rear yard extensions, casting another big shadow. So very limited daylight is basically provided into the interior space of the 40. That is another reason we are proposing the full building width and full building height rear yard extension without pursuing any kind of variance. Upper images that the photo montage that the southern side of the elevation for entire the Schermerhorn street. We are locating the far left eastern section of the corner, so that 40 is the last house for this Schermerhorn, and then the right next one is vacant, and then the commercial building. And then on the eastern side, it is pretty much similar building height, 3-story high, all the way to number 16. Then 14 is similar building height that the 4-story high with the mansard, the roof that's very similar looking that we currently have. So that was one of the design reference we are wanted to mentioning that when it talks about the rear yard extension. And then 12 is similar height, and then 10 is the 3-story high. The Google Map images is showing that where the 14 and 12, the rear yard extension been constructed it, so that 1886 Schermerhorn map, it is pretty much the rear yard is flat, so that we can notice that there are two buildings been extended in the rear yard and was constructed at full building width and full building heights.
Okay. I know we're a little behind schedule, so if I can ask you to speed up a little, that would be great, and just get to the elevations and sections. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the building section is showing that well, we're going to push back the roof railing. Not going to be the issue any kind of visibility from the across the street. And then front elevation we have is that on the left is the existing one, and then on the right is the newly proposed one. So from the top that we're proposing a new steel bulkhead, and then new railing, and then we try to repair that existing mansard slate roofing. We're gonna install the new cornice, and then making the similar look that the original one, that lintels and pediments, and repair some bottom of the existing brownstone. No window replacement and no brick repair started at this time. This is the current elevation, and then on the right one is the render images that we have, and then they're showing the after we installing the steel bulkhead and some kind of fence, and then the cornice, lintel, and pediments. The rear yard elevation on the left, it is existing one. There is some kind of missing one punched window, and the bottom of one we have, because of the entire rear elevation is going to be reconstructed because of the enlargement. We're keeping the similar original window, punched window shape up above, and enlarged it, the sliding door and window section to the modified existing the bottom of the elevations too. Another rendering images that we have, and they're showing that all punched window and the oversized sliding door window and the bottom two levels, and where we have a new proposed the deck and stairs down to the rear yard, so that we're not really intervening the 30 yard, the 30 feet that rear yard setback line. This is the mansard roof, current condition of the slate tile, been pretty much, not in good conditions. We tried to repair by keeping that original mansard roofing slate as is. The cornice detail and the lintel detail is something similar to what we found 1940, the historic photo. And this is the current the neighbor property, the cornice design condition that we have. I think this is the historic photo that we have on the opposite side of the street, 41, 39, 37. And then on the right, this photo is the 1940 photo that the cornice is showing that the original design. One of the issues that we've been hear back from the community board meeting, that the feasibility issue. One on the left side photo is basically view looking west from the across the street, that the Court Street, so that we have some kind of mock-up with 2x4. That is the fence that we're gonna build on top of the roof. But pretty much the stair bulkhead, the new one, is not that much clearly noticeable from that view. But on the right side of the photo images is basically was some kind of some opinion that been heard that is highly visible. The new proposed stair bulkhead is basically is quite visible. Because our number 40 property is 1 story higher than the next property. And then we adding stair bulkhead on top of them. But one funny thing that I like to address is that from that view, we're gonna looking at the commercial building as a backdrop, so that it's not really looking into sky up there that noticeable that much. So we try to putting something similar dark gray color to less visible that much, but the shape is no matter what we have, it's got to be visible that from the viewing point. Couple of them, the example that across the street, that the rooftop, the railing, and some of the stair bulkhead being constructed. We will try to keep it something similar look that they have. This is the markup images that we had, and then we have the top center, the images we're going to show that the front, the railing is basically set back significant way, about 7'2". Try to not be visible that much from the cross the street, but on the eastern and western side of the railing, we would try to put a little bit inward, but because of the height of the railing required, we're going to paint it black, the wrought irons, but pretty much it's going to be visible from the far western corner, eastern corner of the both one. The bottom two images basically showing where we're going to put how high those stair bulkhead will be built. This images is showing that the property is basically intersect, the zoning line being intersecting through the property. So about 30% of the properties belongs to commercial zone, and then the remaining 70% is under the R6 residential zone. And then the two 3D graphic images that we have, the front and the rear elevations, so that you could see the neighbor property on the western side is going to be lower. And then even the rear yard extension that we have, after 8'3" extension, our the building end at the southern side is still not interrupting the neighbor property on 38. And then there is the showing that we are proposing full height building the elevation, building elevation extensions, and try to maximize the daylight sun exposure as much on the pretty much the top of the floor.
Mr. Cho, I think we could stop there since the rest are just floor plans, and I'll just make a point of clarification. So the commission is reviewing, obviously, the rear yard addition. We're reviewing the bulkhead and the railings at the rooftop because they're more than minimally visible from a few vantage points from public thoroughfares. And then the third piece is on the front facade. It is not the cornice, it is the lintels above the windows, specifically the top two floors where historically they were flush lintels with the small projecting cornice element, and the applicant is proposing to put a noticeably larger projection at those upper floors that really only existed at the parlor floor. But that's the three components.
Right. Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any questions, commissioners? And just one question to follow up on the lintels. So at the parlor floor, the lintels that are being proposed do match or recall what was shown in the tax photo. It's just the upper floors will now match, in the proposal would match the parlor floor lintels and not the tax photo.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yes, Commissioner Chapin, please go ahead.
Do you know the square footage that you are adding to the building with the addition, not counting the, rooftop bulkhead?
I think it was a 745 square foot. It's about 19% of increase. So this
Thank
is
you.
still within the FAR.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify in this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And we'll start with anyone who signed up in advance and then get to all others. And I'll turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have two people signed up in advance. The first is Judy Stanton from Brooklyn Heights Association. So Judy, I'm going to promote you to panelist now. And if you could unmute your line, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Do you hear me? Yes, am I?
Yes. Hello.
We do not support the rear facade. Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We do not support the rear facade and rooftop changes in this proposal, although we do appreciate the effort to restore the building's original front cornice. We are opposed to a rear facade extension that is both full height and full width. We believe that retaining the original fabric on at least the upper 2 stories would better preserve the historic envelope of this mid-9th century house. This would be more in keeping with all the other extensions shown on the block plan, none of which are both full height and full width. We think the applicant may be misreading the early fire insurance maps to suggest that there are more full height, full width, full height extensions on this block. Other later and more detailed maps that the applicant did not include in the presentation, such as the 1915 Sanborn, clearly show this not to be the case. I attached a later map with my submitted testimony. The proposed rooftop bulkhead is a large blocky box, substantially larger than what the building code requires. The bulkhead is far too visible from multiple points on this block on either side of the house. The bulkhead could easily be changed in order to more closely follow the slope of the stair, even if the applicant still desires some sort of skylight over the stairwell. To the extent that the bulkhead remains larger than what the code requires, then we also think its stucco finish will be an unwelcome contrast with the rich variety of brick, slate, and brownstone materials on the front. If the bulkhead remains more than minimally visible, then we think its materials should be reconsidered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Judy. And the next we have Christina Conroy from VSNY. Christina, I'm going to promote you to panelist now. And you have 3 minutes to speak. Remember to unmute your line.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society in America is dedicated to fostering the appreciation and preservation of our 19th and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of our historic districts, individual landmarks, interiors, and civic art. Now, the VSNY supports some of the proposed changes at 40 Schermerhorn. The installation of a new cornice will bring the facade noticeably closer to its original appearance. However, after examining the historic photo on boards 5 and 19, it appears the proposed knee brackets and backboards are overly simplified. The historic photo shows additional paneled details and moldings between the brackets. The applicant should restudy the photo and cornice and more closely replicate the dense texture of the original. Now, we also support the proposed roof bulkhead and railing. These are typical features found on row houses, which will be minimally visible from the east. The bulkhead will be more visible from the west, but it is set quite far back and will be seen against the unusual textured cladding of the Regal Cinema building at 109 Court Street, therefore making it relatively inobtrusive. But our respect for the proposal doesn't extend to the top floor of the otherwise harmoniously designed rear facade. In the photo on board 22, you can see the original sills, lintels, window openings, and corbelled cornice detail remain in place at the rear. We urge the Commission to follow its own standards and require that the top floor of the historic rear facade be retained in its original plane with its historic details. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And that is all the testimony that we have. We also received a resolution from Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommending approval while acknowledging Brooklyn Heights Association's concerns about this project. And regarding visibility, it let that up to the Commission to deliberate on that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to turn back to Mr. Cho and ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard about the visibility of the railing and the bulkhead. Could the railing be sloped or made smaller? And questions about the size of the rear yard addition in this particular context.
The bulkhead that we have is basically not the violating that the building code sections or square footages within the tolerance, and then the shape is basically we started it to have some kind of slanted angled the bulkhead at one time, and then it seems not really giving us any kind of good choice to making some kind of a boxy loop that compared to the one. And one of the issues that we've been hear back from committee meeting is that the view from the western side to looking east, which I had included that the photo images that the Regal Cinema is basically the blocking as like a backdrop, and is not. And then one of the comments that we have is that if we can change the color to less visible from the backdrop, and the shape isn't not really that big matter, and then we can make some kind of a less noticeable shape, even if we're keeping that boxy shape as much. It's not going to be very visible from this immediate closer side, but if only if when we see far from the western side. So that was our the additional study and discussion with the property ownership. And the rear yard one is that the main reason that we are proposing the full height, building heights extension is that because the amount of the daylight gaining is not really that great much. And then we are still within the FAR that even though we included those additional about 140 square foot on top of the floor. And then one concern that we received that is original, the rear yard, building rear that goes over the original historic features. We tried to carry over those similar detail when we extending the rear yard, the new elevation too. So we will keeping that original building feature as much as we can have, but with proposing to accept the full building width, full building heights, rear yard extensions. And then the one example that I show, number 14, on the same Schermerhorn that is being constructed that way, and then they had the same 4-story high, and then the photo indicated that showing they have a permitted to full building width, full building heights he already constructed it. So that was one of the example that I like to, to include in my slide, has been considered as part of our proposed.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? All right, not seeing any questions. I'm going to start requesting to unmute so that we can move to our discussion. All right, and Commissioner Lutfi, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion, and maybe we could go to the rear rendering or axon. Or actually, we have to keep talking about the front as well. So there are two, as Corey described, there are three things that are before us. At the front facade, it is the question about the lintels at the second and third floors, which would match the parlor floor lintels, but would not match the historic tax photo in which we see that the lintels at the upper floors were simpler than the parlor floor lintels. And is that appropriate given the layered alterations on this building and in the context of this streetscape? And the second component is the rooftop bulkhead, which is seen largely against the backdrop of a much taller building, but it does seem that there's room to slope it to make it, and the stair run goes from the front to the back. So that may be a way to reduce its visibility and have it read as more of a typical bulkhead. And finally, the full height rear yard addition on this building, which this building and the row have had a number of alterations, and this particular building has already been raised an additional floor, so it's taller than its neighbors. So as we think about the rear proposal for a full height rear yard addition here, we can think about the fact that the top floor is not historic fabric, that it is cut off from the rest of the row by another full height addition, and it's next to a very large building. On the other hand, the historic fabric does remain intact at the top floor. So I think, commissioners, we've done it both ways, where the building is sort of disassociated from the row. In some contexts, we have allowed full height rear yard additions. Other times when we feel there's still a strong enough relationship to the row, we do want to see that top floor preserved. So you all can think about that as you comment. And so we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Gustafson, would you start this one?
Sure. Starting with the visibility from the front, there, I think, while we don't require that there be no visibility, we do, generally speaking, require the applicant to make every effort to reduce the visibility. And I think that there's margin for that to be improved in this particular situation, particularly when looking at the building from the right side. Number two, on the lintels, I think it's a small ask to go back to work with the staff on getting those to match original details. And on the rear, I rarely take this position, but I think the full height addition is acceptable, and for a couple of reasons. One is how the building is cut off from the rest of the buildings in the row. And two, it is not, we do it to preserve the original massing of the building. And that's, even if we preserve that top story, we would not be preserving the original massing of the building, because that wasn't the original massing of the building. So, so I'm okay with that. I think those are the three things. Yes.
Yeah, those are the three things. Great. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
I'll start at the front. I agree with Commissioner Gustafson that the lintels should follow the original pattern, so that the parlor floor should be the dominant and the upper floors should be more simple. I also agree that the bulkhead, there's no reason for it not to be sloped since it can be. And for the rear, I was a little torn about this, but I think I'm convinced that given its location in this very edge of the site, the district, and adjacent to a much taller building, and also adjacent to a building with a deeper extension, and the fact that this is not the original volume of the building, that I am okay with the full height addition, full height, full width addition in the back.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Gustafson and Commissioner Holford Smith on these three aspects of the lintels, the bulkhead, and the full height addition.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, and I'm typically not in favor of full height additions on the rear either, but this house is in its own little private Idaho here and completely disconnected. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I'm in agreement as well.
Okay. Commissioner Bland? Oops.
Whoops, I had to mute because I've got some construction going on. I like the analogy of in its own Idaho, which means it's up against the front range of the Rocky Mountains, which is the most horrible building I think ever built adjacent to a historic district in our entire city. And it was built by the late Hugh Hardy, I'm afraid to say too. And I think it's now empty, which it makes it even more galling that it was built. Anyway, it's because of that backdrop, which is a nihilistic addition to the block, that a lot of these unusual things, particularly the rear yard addition, will make it acceptable in my judgment to go up higher. So long-winded rant, but I'm in agreement with what has been said already about the three issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Leffey?
I'm also in complete agreement for all of those reasons stated before. I would like to also say that I think the applicant did a good job of doing a very simple, understated design on the back.
Okay. All right, great. So I think we have a consensus here. Commissioner Gustafson, would you make the motion?
In the matter of LPC 22-0750240 Schermerhorn Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and to alter the front facade. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I also note that the building is at the edge of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District and that the mansard roof is not original to the building, but was added prior to about 1940, most likely in the late 19th century. I recommend approval with some modifications, noting that the building is cut off from the rest of the row by a house with a large addition to the west and is at the end of the block adjacent to a very large commercial building to the east, which is outside the historic district. Therefore, the presence of a full height rear addition will not overwhelm the adjacent row houses. That the top floor of the rear facade is not original to the building and is simple in design. Therefore, the proposed construction of a full height rear addition will not eliminate or damage any significant features. That the corbelled cornice at the top of the rear facade will be replicated at the top of the rear yard addition, that the depth of the proposed rear yard addition will be consistent with the depths of additions at other buildings in the block, and therefore its presence will not further diminish the central green space. That the side of the addition will only be minimally visible from a narrow view corridor through a vacant lot, and therefore will not detract from the architectural character of the primary facade of the streetscape. That the buff-colored cementitious stucco cladding at the side and rear facades of the addition is harmonious with the stucco currently installed at the lot line facade and with the traditional building materials present at other rear facades and additions in the block. That the rear facade at this building is separated from the rest of the row by an existing full height L addition at the adjacent building. Therefore, the construction of the proposed rear yard addition will not further diminish the building's relationship to others in the row. That the fenestration of the proposed addition, including punched masonry openings with double hung windows at the upper floors and larger openings at the bottom floors with multi-light steel windows and doors, will retain the scale and character of the building as an individual row house. That the rooftop bulkhead and railings will not be seen over the front facade and will be visible from the west on Schermerhorn Street, primarily in conjunction with the neighboring taller commercial building to the east. And the proposed dark finish of the railings and dark colored stucco cladding at the bulkhead will help the installations to recede against the surrounding context. That the building has been modified and the facade stripped of details. Therefore, the installation of a new cornice and brownstone stucco lintels will return the facade closer to its original appearance. And that although the details of the cornice will
You can
not match
skip that one,
historic
Commissioner.
cornice, this
Yeah,
row,
skip that last one.
skip the last one. However, I find that the proposed rooftop bulkhead and railings will be visible over the front facades of adjacent buildings from oblique angles along Schermerhorn Street and Court Street, calling undue attention to those installations, and that the details of the proposed lintels at the second and third floor are not consistent with historic stone lintel profiles for this building, which featured larger and more elaborate lintels at the parlor floor and simpler and smaller lintels at the upper floors. I therefore recommend that the visibility of the rooftop bulkhead and railings be reduced by sloping the bulkhead roof and setting the railings back, working in consultation with staff, and that the applicant also work with highly competent staff to better approximate the details of the historic stone lintels at the second and third floors.
Thank you. And Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you second that motion?
I second it.
Thank you, Mark. Will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford-Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Cho, please continue to work with the staff on the visibility and slope of the profile and the details on the lintels on the front facade. And we'll now move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 22-10212. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1241, lot 77, 863 Sterling Place in the Crown Heights North Historic District. This is a Romanesque revival, Renaissance revival style 2-family residence designed by Dahlander and Hedman and built in 1896. And the application is to modify the storefront surround, replace signage, and legalize the installation of storefront infill and other related elements without LPC permits.
And Commissioner, staff will be walking through this presentation. Staff, you may begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. Maggie Hoy, Preservation Staff. The presentation in front of you is 863 Sterling Place at the Crown Heights North Historic District. The application is to address violation by modifying some of them and also legalizing one of them, which will be explained in detail later. This subject premises is located at the north side of Sterling Place in proximity to North Strand Avenue, which is a commercial street. The violations are at this single-story storefront, and here are the views from both sides. In this slide, on the right is the current condition. Photo on the left is the 1940s text photo. The photo in the middle shows the grandfather condition at the time of designations. This next slide is the enlarged photo showing the grandfather conditions on the left versus the current condition showing all the work that were done without a permit, which will be explained in details in the following slides. This photo shows explain the violation in details and provide an overview of the proposal. Starting from the top, including the installation of the metal fence on the storefront roof without permit. And then next is the installation of the security roller gate and a wood sign band over the storefront entrance without permit. And then also the replacement of the door at the residential entrance here without permit. And then the next is the alteration to the storefront, including but not limiting to the storefront panel, the display window, the door, as well as the cladding on both sides of the pier. And the last one are the security camera and lighting installed without permit. Oops, sorry. Let me go back one slide up. Okay, so this one showing the installation of the security roller gate. The applicant is to propose to legalize the roller gate as it is, except just painted it brown. The next slide shows that the interior of the store, showing that the ceiling height and also the HVAC here, also security issue, showing there's not enough condition to install a gate behind the storefront. This next slide showing the applicant is proposing to modify this existing wooden box around the roller gate by removing it and install a similar version but smaller in size. This slide showing the left is the existing section through the box and the roller gate, and on the right here is the proposed modifications with a smaller size, with a darker wood color and wood cut letter sign. There will be an elevation at the end. For this page showing the security camera, and now this will be processed on staff level. So this slide showing the address on the storefront that without permit, applicant is to propose to legalize the rest of the storefront and the residential door as it is, except that they are proposing to remove these cladding on both sides of the pier with the mechanical box remained. The exposed stucco will be painted beige, matching the existing facade color. So this photo shows the beige color of the facade. This next slide showing the metal fence installed without permit. Applicant is to propose to remove the fence. This next slide is just showing that at the time of application, there was an HVAC spotted without permit, and since then it has been removed. Then the last few slides show the context of the commercial street of North Strand Avenue, which is in proximity of the subject premises. This is right at the corner of Sterling Place. And then the last slide here on the bottom just shows the subject premises, and predominantly is a residential street. And we end this presentation here with an elevation showing the summary of the existing condition and the proposed modifications. Shi Huan, the application, is here to further discuss the application and answer any question. Shi Huan, please state your name before you speak.
Hi everyone, so I'm Shi Huang. As Maggie mentioned, the following changes are based on the location of the store, which is located in a residential street away from the commercial area in North Strand Avenue. This is more like a vegan cafe that serves tea and like dessert cake that serve the community around. The owner wants to bring in a more of a modern extension by installing the storefront with glass, metal storefront, at the same time fitting in with the residential buildings using the landmark requirement. So we did talk with Maggie multiple times, and we communicate that the main concern that we are having is the rolling gate. And we are also putting in a rolling gate for like security purpose, since the store is away from the main commercial area. Due to the buildings, the building height for the interior and the HVAC unit that's installed, there is an insufficient amount of room to install the rolling gate indoor. And that will also defeat the purpose of security for the store. As we see in the presentation, the glass panel on the door is already shattered with the police report filed on. We believe it makes more sense to have the rolling gate outside and then inside, and to cover it and blend it in. We planning to use like a wood sign to hide it and to blend it with the neighborhood and the adjacent residential buildings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, we don't have any questions at this time. Let's see if we have any public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We have one speaker signed up in advance, and that is Michelle Arbalou from HDC. So Michelle, I'm going to promote you to panelist now. So if you just state your name for the record and unmute yourself, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Michelle Arblou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal to be inappropriate. The roll-down gate in particular and the material and the bulkhead required to conceal it are not appropriate solutions. It sends a message to the neighborhood that this is not a contributing piece of the fabric. The 1940s photograph shows a clearly appropriate solution to what the storefront should be, and it should be restored accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I believe that is all we have for public speakers. I will also note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 8 recommended denial as well due to the concerning precedent over working without permits, and recommended working with the LPC to have a more appropriate design application.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Swain, would you like to respond to the comments?
Yes, so I mean, like, since we are the store is located in, like, it's far away from the commercial area, and our store main purpose is more of like a natural kind of trying to bring in more modern to it. And so in order to kind of blend in, we're trying to change the colors of the exterior and try to like blend it in with it. But we know that the rolling gate is not, but we know that like all commercial space will do recommend having, would want to have like a rolling gate for security purpose, and we do want to install it. And as we see with the windows and all the shattered glass, we do need that rolling gate. And because it's away from the commercial area, which is where less people walk, is more towards residential. So we do want to have that in there.
Okay. Right, thank you. And I just want to check. I do see a hand raised. Gregory, do you want to see if the speaker is here for this item?
Yes, this is a Corazon Valiente. This was not signed up in advance, but I will promote you to panelist now, Corazon. So if you are ready to speak, just state your name in advance, unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Corazon Valiente. I was watching the presentation for the Crown Heights, the Namaste thing. I just wanted to find out, is that their first time going into business? Like, why were there so many things that they decided to do for the facade without permission? That was the question that I had.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will turn back to the applicant and ask if, you know, how it was that your client or the company was not aware that it was a designated building and what the process was for changes.
So, I mean, the client came to us saying that they did a violation for it, and they were thinking to just do minor change. Since it was like the store was been for like a year or two, and they just decided to do like little minor change to kind of like to upgrade it a little. And yeah, it wasn't officially like go through the process.
Okay, so they thought they were doing something minor and it didn't occur to them to.
Yeah, and some of them, these items were actually was like existing for them. So, and then.
Right, so there were many layers of violations. So
yes.
Some of them may have been pre-existing, and then they went to make some changes and should have followed the process.
That's correct.
Didn't think they should. And so, I mean, I think this is a lesson that, you know, everyone should know that it's always much easier to call in advance and ask if you need a permit before making changes. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to think of it as if we were reviewing it the first time. And we don't deny things just because they're in violation, but the way to cure it is to try to get a permit after the fact, which is not always as easy if it is done without the benefit of our guidance. So we'll have that discussion. The proposal, however, does proposed changes to a number of the components that were installed without permits. So I think that there's we appreciate the effort in trying to address these violations. Okay, commissioners, do we have any final questions? All right, I'm not seeing any final questions, so I'm going to start to ask you all to unmute so that we can close the hearing and begin our discussion. Okay, Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. This is a row house with a one-story storefront extension that is kind of a common feature on, say, Madison Avenue or 72nd Street on the west side. But on this block, it is the only building that has this storefront extension, and it is around the corner from the commercial thoroughfare. So it is not part of a uniform streetscape. So that's one way to think about this, commissioners. This is sort of a one-off. The proposal is to remove the fence installed without permits, to remove the cladding on the piers that was installed without permits, and to stucco the surface to match the rest of the extension, to remove the box concealing the security gate housing and to do a much smaller box that would serve as a sign, and to paint the roll down security gates, and then to otherwise legalize the storefront framing. And so we'll evaluate this with respect to security gates. The commission generally prefers interior security gates or exterior gates where the housing is integrated and put on the inside of the storefront. But in cases where there are very small storefront spaces, commercial interiors or very low ceilings, and an interior security gate and housing is not really efficient or feasible, we have approved exterior gates if the housing is concealed. So that will be one question here, with the fact that it will be painted black and concealed within a much smaller sign box, whether that is appropriate on this sort of one-off storefront extension on this street. And I think I've covered everything. So they're removing a lot of the installations, such as the fence, the cladding, the box, and then proposing to legalize the security gate by modifying it with a smaller sign box and painting it darker color, and to legalize the storefront framing. So we'll begin that discussion. Commissioner Lutfi, would you like to start this one?
No, it's sort of tricky. I'm glad that the fence is being removed and that the cladding is being removed. And that in replacement of the cladding, there's going to be stucco that's going to be replaced. Replacing it and painted to match the building. I don't, I'm not feeling comfortable with the, this is not uncommon on side streets of commercial streets for there to be storefronts and little cafes and bakeries with outdoor seating where there are not roll down fences. I understand that this is further in the block, but I feel like I'm not 100% sure that just painting this is going to look good enough. And I'm not sure of what the answer is, but this particular fence seems extremely industrial. And I think it would be nice if the applicant could go back and think about something that might blend a little better with the surrounding. buildings or just with the surroundings. It's residential here. I also think putting a sign on the box doesn't make sense. It's a little too imposing, and that maybe there could be something either, they could put their sign on the glass and then maybe have something hanging off to the sign, or maybe there could be a little awning that rolls back and there's signage on the face of the awning.
Okay, so in terms, the security gate issue is largely, has historically for the commission been about the projecting housing. And, also if they're solid, we have asked for open links. So in terms of the housing, the proposal is for this box, which would serve as a sign. So I just want to make sure I understand your comments. So are you objecting to the box itself or the signage on the box?
Well, the signage on the box.
Okay. All right.
And it sounds like the housing is going to be hidden. So I'm behind the box. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So I'm not worried about that. I'm just a little, if this is a kind of roll down gate that we think is acceptable under a circumstance like this, it's okay. But I still find it to be, I find it to not be sympathetic.
Right. So I just, when you suggested the awning, I was wondering if you meant having an awning conceal the housing rather than the box and or sign.
I actually think that would be great if we could do that instead. Okay. Because the thank you for that, because then it wouldn't protrude as much.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Commissioner Gustafson.
I'm going to dispense with my usual lecture on legalization. We all know what it is. So I am okay with the. I'm happy they're removing the fence and removing the cladding. I agree that the concern is the. I'll call it the sign, but it's really the way in which the roll down gate is hidden. And so however that awning is done, I think that's probably a good alternative. And I'm sure that the staff will be able to give some good guidance to the applicant and come up with an efficient solution to that problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman-Smith.
Yes, I agree with all the previous comments. I think the removal of the cladding and stucco finish will be an improvement. And I think providing an awning to cover the roll down grill with maybe some simple lettering on the skirt will be a more appropriate solution.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I agree with the comments of previous commissioners and the idea of using a canopy instead of the signboard. And I think the roll down gate, I was trying to look for alternatives. It's, there really aren't many useful ways to, secure buildings, unfortunately. I think that this particular gate is not so bad in terms of the choice of the pattern. It looks a little brick-like, and then it's got a sort of bottom that could be a substitute for, sort of skirting at the bottom or panels or something. So if it's painted a reasonable color, as has been suggested, it could hopefully, look better than some of, the standard roll down gates. So it's a little better than some of those. So I think I could, with the changes that others have recommended, approve this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Devonshire.
I have nothing to add to my colleagues' statements.
Okay. Commissioner Chen.
I think it looks like everyone is in agreement.
Okay. And Commissioner Bland.
Agreed. Nothing more to add. It's been said.
Okay. All right, and Commissioner Lutfi, I know you felt the design of the roll down gate was a bit too industrial, but given others' comments, are you comfortable just proposing a modification that the box be replaced with an awning and with lettering on the skirt to conceal the housing?
Well, I would like to say that, I mean, if that's what everyone wants to do, but there are roll down gates where the metal is a little thinner and there's more visibility to the glass. And I'm just wondering, I mean, if the applicant could work with staff to come up with like sort of an effective but more aesthetically appropriate roll down gate. We don't have to do that, but that would really be my recommendation. Because when I think of some of these, and I've seen some of these, they're just a little more porous.
Okay. So let me do this. So I understand your concern, and usually the open link is bigger, but I think we have enough to support this. So I'll do the approval with modifications and then ask them to continue to explore with staff the link. Okay, so in the matter of docket number 22-10212, 863 Sterling Place in the Crown Heights North Historic District, a Romanesque revival, Renaissance revival style two-family residence designed by Dollander and Hedman and built in 1896. This is an application to modify the storefront surround, replace signage, and legalize the installation of storefront infill and other related elements without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. And I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Crown Heights North Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the work performed without permits did not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the storefront infill and residential entrance door are simply designed and well scaled to the masonry opening and typical of storefront infill and entrances at commercial buildings within this historic district in terms of composition, thereby helping the infill to not draw undue attention to itself or the existing addition. That the infill feature materials, proportions, finishes, and a level of articulation that relates well to the row and the house. That the painted stucco cladding within the context of the surrounding streetscape, which includes some painted facades, will help the existing extension to remain a secondary presence and to better harmonize with the house and streetscape. That the presence of a security roll-down gate over the storefront with a covered security housing gate housing at this single modern extension will not draw attention to this modern extension or detract from a unifying characteristic of the streetscape, and that painting the roll down gates a uniform single color will help them to remain a discrete presence. However, I recommend that the box sign which is atypical and awkward appendage that creates a deeper projection on the streetscape, be replaced with a sloped canvas awning with lettering at the skirt. And okay, and that's the modification. And then we'll also ask them to all continue to explore the open link quality and design with the staff. But the requirement of the approval is that the box be replaced with an awning that conceals the housing. Okay, Commissioner Gustafson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Devonshire,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
I heard that aye. Commissioner
Yeah,
Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved with those modifications. So please continue to work with the staff and we'll move to the next item.
But the next item is public hearing item number 4, LPC 23-01837. This is an application for a binding report. It's in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1, Lot 10. Governor's Island in the Governor's Island Historic District, a portion of an island in New York Harbor containing fortifications and a range of military buildings dating from the early 19th century to the 1930s. And the application is to install light poles throughout the historic district.
They were just waiting for the applicants to join.
I'll send you guys, I had Monica blow it out.
Just a moment. Okay, the applicants have joined the hearing. You now have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin. And do remember to unmute yourself.
I'm Christopher.
Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Nicole.
I think, is Brian Order in the, has he joined as a panelist? I'm sorry, I don't see him in the list.
I don't see him in the attendee list. I saw that he was supposed to be joining.
So he doesn't appear to be in the meeting, correct?
Is he
This
under
time?
listed under bold conference, perhaps?
Yes, that would be.
Okay, I will, I'll promote. Just please ask them to accept the promotion to panelist when they see the pop-up. All right, I believe he's in now.
Hi, okay, there we go. Yeah. Thank you for letting us in. And Brian and Gary.
Okay, Chris, do you want to start us off?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Chris Tepper. I'm the Chief Development Officer at the Trust for Governor's Island. I'm going to go really quickly so we can actually get to the substance of the application. Nicole, are you able to advance the slides?
Yes, here we are. Sorry.
I think we just wanted to give a brief update. Obviously, we're the stewards of quite a large historic district that is still mostly vacant, and we're doing a lot of work on the programming side and investment side to reactivate those buildings and find permanent tenants, since obviously that's the best way to preserve them and bring life back to them. I think in the last year, if you weren't aware, we've become a 365-day destination and are open to the general public now year-round. We've added winter programming in the historic district with temporary installations, and we'll be doing that again this winter with an ice rink right in the Colonel's Row area, which we're very excited about and continue to try to activate the historic district. This is actually one of the last, well, you could go to the next slide, Nicole. We have an active plan and are working on re-tenanting the vast majority of the buildings. They're either everything highlighted in blue in the historic district is actively tenanted and used today. And then everything in green is either part of an open solicitation, an RFP to find a tenant to redevelop the building, or is part of an active plan like Nolan Park, where the trust itself will be redeveloping those former officer homes for year-round arts and cultural organizations as we use them today seasonally. So one of the things we're excited about today is that the lighting, public space lighting that we're proposing is one of the last pieces to really make the historic district usable by year-round tenants again. We've been working over the last several years and actually are actively installing new sanitary sewer lines today, but this is usually approved at the staff level since it's all below grade, but we have been undergoing a major program of reinvestment in all of the below ground utilities, electric, water, sewer, fire suppression, to connect all of these historic buildings, which had been disconnected by the Coast Guard many years ago, and the utilities were quite old. So with the lighting and a few other things, I think these homes will actually be ready, and they'll be much easier to find tenants to reinvest in them. So that's it. We just wanted to provide some context, as obviously we're kind of constantly working on this, and it's quite a large historic district. Thank you, Nicole.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole DeFeo, Director of Design and Construction for the Trust, and I'll take us through some of the historic and existing lighting conditions on the island. And then Brian and his team will take us through the proposed lighting. So on this slide,
Nicole, 1 second. Did you guys let in Mai as well? Mai Shimizu?
Okay, she didn't accept the prompt. We'll try again.
Okay, I'll text her. Thank you.
So on this slide, you see historic photos of when the Army was on Governor's Island. We're looking at, on the main image on the left, it looks like this could have been on the parade grounds. And in the background, you see utility poles with overhead cables. You also see a concrete utility pole in the image at the top right. It's unclear where this is located on Governor's Island, and there's no date. And then in this image at the bottom right is from 1908, and again shows people gathering for a garden party with utility poles in the background. Some additional historic photos show the image on the left, again, shows more utility poles. This appears to be taken from the bottom of Andes Road, looking back up towards the entrance to the fort here. This is building 104 and the governor's house here on the left. The image on the right is from 1933 and shows what we start to see in the current condition, a mix of lighting types on the island. So you see one singular globe light here at the island perimeter. This is a drawing from 1979 from when the US Coast Guard was on the island, looking at all of the different lighting types, and you can get a sense of the general layout along the main thoroughfares, the main roadways, and then it was updated throughout the early 80s to document the various lighting types in the historic district. One of these lighting types is this type of lamppost. This is a drawing that we found that is undated, unfortunately. And the last plan that I just showed, we couldn't find the drawings that plan references, so some of those details and elevations. But these were some light posts that were at one point installed along Division Road on Governor's Island. These are some photos showing what site lighting looks like today on the island in the historic district. The image on the left is in Nolan Park at dusk. There's no functional lighting on the island right now. The image at the top right is on the parade grounds, actually looking south towards the battery, the South Battery. And then the image at the bottom right is taken from a ferry looking at the South Island. And so the lighting that you see over here is from the new park. So that's site lighting for the new park. And then this shows the hills here. So again, you see how dark it is at night. And again, that existing lighting that we are that we inherited from the Army and the Coast Guard is manifest in a variety of ways. So everything from these kind of cobra lights here at the island perimeter outside Castle Williams, to again that architectural type light post that we saw the drawing for that is in a few spots in Nolan Park, to some new lighting that was installed just south of Liggett in a parking lot. And then this image on the right that shows what we call a West 8 light post that was part of the new park project and then also installed in the historic district. So another issue that we're contending with this inherited lighting is that the power source for the lighting is all decentralized. So the electricity all came from adjacent buildings. Those connections are no longer operable. And so all of these lights actually do not work except for the new West 8 lights. And so the new proposed lighting will centralize those power sources, so it'll be easier to maintain as one system. This map shows previous lighting approved by Landmarks Commission for when we built the new park. So in 2013, lights from the new park were installed in the historic district, and that's shown on this drawing here in red. All of those red dots represent that West State light post that's part of our park, and that was approved by LPC in 2012. The blue lights show, again, some of that legacy lighting that we inherited that is not currently functional. And then this is the proposed lighting layout in the historic district, which Brian will take us through in more detail, but this shows the general layout of the lighting throughout the island. It is less dense and actually comprises less fixtures than what the existing conditions are. So the proposal here for this application is to replace all of the existing lighting, site lighting in the historic district with this new typology. And I'll hand it over to Brian.
Hi guys, you can all hear us? Yeah, Nicole, you can hear us, you can just nod.
Yes,
Okay,
please go ahead.
Yep. So the general idea, the primary goal behind the new lighting design is to make it as unobtrusive as possible, to make it feel as natural as possible. By utilizing the poles that we've decided to use, it's a very natural, very long-lasting pole, and we've spaced the light fixtures as far apart as possible to create sort of two primary layers of light. You have a pedestrian layer of light, which has a warm tone, and then you have a moonlight layer of light, similar to the park, that gives it more of like an event space. Thank you, Nicole. Awesome. So that is a higher level light. The pole that you see there on the right, there's no pole that actually exists that labeling the fixtures. It's just diagrammatic, but it gives very, very long distance in between poles to give us a moonlight feel into the park that doesn't feel overly lit. So it's supposed to feel very natural. Yep. And then the last layer of light, which is this the pure light, it gives a sense of arrival and has sort of a masthead looking light. There's a precedent for that you actually saw some of that, even the old telephone, telegraph poles, power lines, and things like that. But it has a more nautical feel to it, so it gives you a sense of arrival, and that only shows up at the 3 pure locations. We have tested this extensively through the park in various ways for safety, for cameras, for feel, and it really settled in very nicely. These are the 3 sort of put together. You've got the pedestrian pole on the left, you've got the multi on the right, and then you've got the pier in the middle. And that's pretty much the story. There's, when you combine them, like for example, in the park, you combine them where you have just a nice little warm layer for the pedestrian path, and then you have the activity area where you can give it just enough light to the left. And the colors are diagrammatic, just to show you that one is slightly cooler than the other. So the mock-ups are in the day. Again, the southern yellow pine is a brand new pole. They age in very nicely. You've all seen these throughout, various areas in the Northeast. I mean, they're from all on the East Coast, but really popular in the Northeast. These poles will last hundreds of years. And the nice thing about them is, again, the height allows us to space them very far apart. But the nice thing about them is you can add to them in the future. You can change as technology changes. We can put cameras on them. We can do several types of lighting on them, and they'll last much longer than any of the technology lasts. So we don't have to change poles, and everything can be very easily accessible. So we're trying to think 50 years in the future, or even 100 years in the future. More examples. So it's important to understand the wiring details. We're doing all of the conduit very neatly, as minimal as possible. Again, there's a precedent for this around the city, but Broken Bridge Park is probably the best precedent. But the nice thing is we're going to put these all on whatever is the most back side of the pole. So in this case, it would be the park side as opposed to the path side. And that is, we've actually changed this a little bit. We used to have after the mock-up, we had 2 fixtures on the top to illuminate the park. We actually reduced it down to 1 because we found that we got enough light. Even though our calculations show that it would be a little bit more coverage with the 2 lamps, but we ended up in the mock-up. We ended up going with 1 because in reality we were able to reduce it. and give us just enough light, no more than we needed. That's the perimeter path. So the perimeter path actually ends up being really beautiful, and you can kind of go in and out of light. So directly under the light fixtures, obviously it's always brighter, just like any path, any street in New York or anywhere in a park. And then it kind of dips in between, and it gives a really nice perimeter without overlighting it from the view of the ferries and the boroughs, right? So you're not going to see this ring of light around the island, but as you walk through, it'll feel very peaceful. And those are 80 feet apart. So there's a lot of 160 feet apart, 80-foot distance between the drop off, right? So there's a lot of space in between them, but it never feels terribly dark. And this shows it awfully bright because it's just a camera photo, but it is really quite comfortable. Arrival, pure post. It's really the only light we need over there. We can pick it up with a lot of other things. There used to be, there's all sorts of modernish light fixtures at the moment. We're going to consolidate those and really put these to the nice pure light to give you a sense of arrival. Another example. It's just the three.
Yeah, just to clarify, the part of this proposal is to replace the mass lighting at the 3 pier locations that fall within the historic district. So that's Swasson's Landing, Pier 101, and Yankee Pier here.
Because we don't really want to overlight those areas either. We want it to be a little bit more subtle. So this is again a street light fixture that will be scattered throughout the park in various areas. We're consolidating things like cobra heads and posts and all sorts of sort of wonky things that have happened throughout the years. The head is dark sky compliant. It has a really wide distribution without having very much glare. It's actually the bug rating, it's called backlight, uplight, and glare. It's one of the lowest rated fixtures that you can get, which is low rating is great for us. So it has the least amount of backlight, the least amount of uplight, and the least amount of glare. And we can double them because we have these nice poles, so we can use them up, high and low. And again, I don't think any area, I think all of our areas ended up with only one on top and one on below. We don't have any doubles, right? So we've really been able to reduce power by being more efficient. The mass light move. And there's your example. So these are again brand new poles. These things age in very, very well. They withstand hurricanes, storms, sunlight. I mean, they would last much longer. The only thing that is even comparable to them are the composite poles. Composite poles do have a tendency to have some UV deterioration over decades, even some of the best composite poles. And I just find that they look a little bit too, they have a tendency to look a little plasticky. And these are just so classic. And there's kind of a nice thing about it too, if you wanted to, post flyers on them and events and things like that. There's just so much flexibility, so much history to them. They feel like they could have been there forever. They feel like they could have been there for the last 100 years. And they will be there, hopefully, for several hundred years. They really could last that long. I mean, I've seen these poles in Cape Cod that have been there since longer than some of the trees have survived. And they look really terrific. They become such a part of the personality of the town.
And that's the last slide of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for the presentation. We do have some questions. Vice Chair Bland, please go ahead.
On mute. Could you explain why you don't propose, for instance, using Central Park as a model and the Central Park lights, which have been successfully used there, as opposed to the Brooklyn Bridge Park approach, which this is?
I think that's a really good question. Prospect and Central Park and Olmsted are, Olmsted's a huge influence on me and the firm, and a lot of us are big, huge fans. Walking through Central Park and Prospect Park, it has a much, they're urban parks in surrounded by cities, and I think there's a very sort of Victorian quality to them. So there are a number of reasons we didn't want to go that way. One is we wanted to look a lot more natural, and we wanted to be, how do I describe this? We wanted the lighting to be less of a character, and we wanted the light to be what's more important. We didn't want the light fixture to be important. We wanted the light to be important. So the other issue that started to happen when we started to use sort of more decorative low-level poles like that is we ended up with a lot of them. And it ended up being really more of a story of decorative lighting rather than a story of light. And we thought historically this would be a little bit better of a match. It's like it's trying to hide the decorative quality of it to some degree, and also giving us the opportunity to use even a little bit more than a third or than 2/3 fewer lights. We're using 1/3 the amount of power points that we would if we were using something like the Acorns at Central and Prospect Park.
Right. I think I could have answered my own question, but I wanted to hear you answer it.
Yeah, I mean,
and
you've done this before, you know.
Right. I'll just remind you that we don't control the light. We only control the light pole, let's say.
Yeah.
So,
but it's you know, as lighting designers, it can be tricky because we're trying to tell a story with light, and sometimes very often we're trying to tell a story with the decorative elements of it as well. In this situation, we're trying to be historic, we're trying to be natural, we're trying to be energy efficient, and we're trying to illuminate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I just had a totally different question, which I could have been addressed, but the echo chamber quality of some of the presentation, unfortunately, I didn't hear. I was wondering if you have thought about solar sources for the energy for this project.
Yeah, maybe Christopher, Nicole. I mean, so let me just first, before they take it over, getting solar to try to generate power for these types of lights using solar panels. The solar array would have to be much larger than the light fixture itself to be able to last the amount of time that they're on. So that solar array would have to be a distance from the actual source of light. Right? There just wouldn't be enough power generated and then stored into a battery to be able to last that kind of time at the source.
I would just add, we definitely appreciate the question, and I think are always looking for ways to improve the sustainability of the island. I think, for example, and not that this addresses the natural resources used, but we took great care in making sure that the lighting was appropriate for wildlife, in particular migratory birds, and that we had the poles themselves have a low carbon footprint or low embodied carbon. I think a lot of, in addition to what Brian just said, just in terms of the amount of solar panels or size of them and where they'd be located. In addition, I think our historic district has a large canopy of mature trees, and I think that would also present some challenges. So certainly it has for looking at solar for individual buildings.
Thank you.
And also, Commissioner Chapin, a little bit about the wildlife. It's not directly related to the solar panels, although again, solar panels would be awfully large if they were in that situation. We do a lot of work with the Audubon Society around the country and the world to make sure that we are being environmentally sensitive. We've done our best to minimize what's called a riparian corridor. We've done our best to minimize the impact on birds of prey so that they are not blinded or confused by the light, so that they know where to go to hunt. If you're ever interested, you can call me separately. I can tell you all sorts of fascinating things about that. But it is a huge part of why we chose to use the fixtures and the system that we did. And also, going back to the solar issue, the good thing about the way that we've designed this, having spread the light as far apart as possible, we would need less photovoltaic cells to power the lighting as opposed to using multiple poles in multiple locations. So it's a much more efficient use of whether it's solar or wind.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received about 5 signups for this issue. The first will be Christina Conroy from Victoria Society. So Victoria, Christina, if you could just state your name for the record and unmute, I will promote you to panelist now.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, the Victorian Society has no objection to the development of a plan for lighting the historic district to provide for safe use and pleasant atmosphere throughout the day and night. However, we find the proposed installation of many dozens of wood utility poles to support lighting fixtures to be inappropriate to the character of the historic district. Now, wood utility poles are typically found in small towns and outlying areas of cities, including New York. They exist for expedience, not attractiveness. They are appropriate to the character of very few historic neighborhoods, and a rare example possibly being Richmond Town on Staten Island. Governor's Island has an ordered and formal design, and its buildings are stylistically sophisticated. Wood utility poles will clash with this character, and in their number and scale will be distracting and obtrusive. The light fixtures themselves are stark and unattractive. A romantic evocation of moonlight does not change this. We recommend that first and foremost, the applicant provide documentation of lighting historically used at this site as a starting point for developing an appropriate design. Ironically, such documentation would show that there were once wood utility poles on the island, but they were used to carry telegraph and telephone lines. And their use seems to have been short-lived, and the objection has been long minimized to minimize the visibility of utilities. Second, we suggest that the applicant and commission look both at historic and contemporary lighting designs for similar pedestrian-oriented institutional campuses. Light standards typically used in New York City parks and plazas can be considered, but as Governor's Island was an entity separate from the city for most of its existence, other designs might be historically preferable. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And next up, we will have Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. Michelle, I will promote you to panelist now. And if you could just unmute your line, state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HGC finds the proposed lighting solution to be inappropriate within the Nolan Park and Colonel Road portions of the project. To be specific, we find the telephone poles to be out of scale and character with the Nolan Park and Colonel Row areas. We find the notion of the so-called moonlighting in these areas to be extremely out of character. We therefore ask the Commission to require the applicant to find a more modestly scaled solution to path lighting within the 2 listed areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next up, we will have Roger Manning from Metro Area Governor's Island Coalition. Roger, I am promoting you to panelist now. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. So if you could please just unmute your line and state your name for the record. Hello, Roger. Hello, Roger. Are you with us?
So he's not in the meeting, correct? He's not a panelist at this point.
He is I think he might
I
have
see.
had it on idling, so he might be doing other things. So I will get back to him.
Okay.
And so for now, I will let Jack Robinson speak from Portal Governor's Island. So Jack, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please just make sure you're ready, unmute yourself, and state your name for the record. I'm promoting you to panelists now.
Hi, I'm Jack Robinson from Portal, Governor's Island, Foreheads, Portal, Governor's Island. I think if you're going for if you're going for the idea of referring to the old history of Governor's Island as a jail, these lights are perfect. I think that there's way too many of them. The aesthetics are somewhat off, but you don't get that sense of being a little bit darkened there at night, which I think is a wonderful thing. There's not too many places you can do that. I worry that it's going to interfere with art exhibitions. We do sculpture down on the island, and just there's one scheduled to go in front of our building that we have now. I don't know if we'll have that one later. So just very concerned about that. Also, it seems like solar could be an idea from like an offsite solar, not an individual panel. There's, we keep on talking about climate museums and things like this, but, if we can't power this by solar, it's kind of defeating the purpose, the new purpose of the island. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally, we will have Nadette Stasa speaking. So Nadette, I will promote you to panelist now. And if you could just unmute your line and state your name for a public record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Am I there?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me? I'm an artist with Peace Museum New York and a huge fan of Governor's Island. And I will reiterate some of the things that some people have already talked about. But I think despite people from the trust talking about natural and unobtrusive lighting, the proposed design, and apparently there were some, examples of this, are actually quite the opposite. They are indeed obtrusive.
Seems we may have lost her. Hopefully she gets back. For now, we also have one additional hand raised. It is Corazon Valiente. So I will promote you to panelist now, Corazon. So if you just state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Corazon Valiente. I wanted to ask, I guess, a question about the lighting. A lot of what I feel already has been stated in terms of it not seeming like those light poles fit in with the island's aesthetic already. So I was kind of wondering, has the island thought about alternatives to the wooden poles? Because they kind of seem temporary. Have they thought about an alternative to, if people weren't interested in that, if they have anything ready already, or are they just going to leave it as is? Was kind of my question.
Okay, so we don't have a back and forth Q&A, but the applicants can certainly respond after we listen to all of the testimony.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and next we will have Scott Woolledge. So Scott, I will promote you to panelist now. If you could just unmute your line and state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Hello, Scott, are you with us? Scott?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you could just state your name for the record.
Hello, yeah, my name is Scott Woolwich, and hello, can you hear me? There we go. Okay, sorry, I've got a little feedback going on with my TV.
Can you turn your TV on
There we
mute
go.
or off? Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I got the TV off now. Sorry. So yeah, I just wanted. I have a history with the both the island and with Brooklyn Bridge Park, and my initial reaction as a tour guide, I've worked there for many years, volunteered at both spaces, and yeah, my initial reaction was that the wooden poles, while I like them at Brooklyn Bridge Park because they do sort of harken back to its industrial period, and there's many very sort of industrial aspects of Brooklyn Bridge Park that I think they work well with, including like the rusted out railroad bridge. I had the same initial reaction that a lot of people have had, that perhaps, it would actually be less intrusive to take some hints from the Victorian and the Georgian architecture that we see in the island there, and that maybe, poles that reflect more Central Park might be a better option. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And Nadette, I see you're back. So I will please just make sure you are unmuted. You are a panelist now. Just state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nadette Stasha. I'm not seeing an image of me, so I'm just making sure you guys are hearing me.
We can hear you. It's faint, so just speak up loud. We can also see you, by the way. But
okay, fantastic. So I'll speak loudly. My name is Nadette Stasha. I'm an artist with Peace Museum New York, a huge fan of Governor's Island, and I'm pretty much, I think, reiterating a lot of what's already been said. One is that these poles would need to be stylistically sophisticated to match the historic context of Governor's Island. I think, interestingly enough, in the proposal, when we showed pictures from 1933, that these were indeed utility poles, which was pointed out. Also, these were a long time ago, and we have an opportunity to do something different. So I do also agree that the Brooklyn Bridge lights, which is, a very similar, that's actually been stated that these would be similar, that fits that part, but once again, does not fit what goes in Governor's Island. And finally, just, as much as the trust has said that these are natural and unintrusive lights, I do have friends who have seen the test lighting, and they are far from that. So in addition to not being what the design is, to wanting a more aesthetically corresponding light to the district. And also, finally, this is a oasis in the city. And I heard someone else talked about how somehow the darkness can serve, whether it's artwork or even just calming. One of the reasons that we go to Governor's Island is to get away from the lights of the city. So I just want to end with that. Thank you, commissioners. And I think I said my due. Hopefully not more than 3 minutes.
No, that was great. Thank you, Nadette. And we'll be moving on to Roger Manning now. Roger, I'm promoting you to panelist. So if you could just unmute your line and state your name for the record, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
There we go. I think it's working now. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
And I can hear you. Thank you for getting me back in. Yes, I'm Roger Manning, a longtime Lower Manhattan resident and co-founder of the Metro Area Governor's Island Coalition, also known as MAGIC. Former chair of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, Kent Warwick, is a plaintiff in our legal challenge against the overdevelopment on Governor's Island. Over 70 organizations have signed on to our community sign-on statement. I first visited Governor's Island in 1982 when it was still with the Coast Guard, and I've been a regular there since 2005. I was originally just going to read the statement from the Historic District Council, but they already read it, so ditto to what they said there. Even in daylight, the current test installation of the 35-foot poles in Nolan Park is a disturbing presence, and us regulars that are out there regularly, when we first saw those poles go in a few months ago, our hearts really sank. The presentation from the trust is a bit misleading regarding the brightness and focus of the proposed lighting. The lighting poles being very far apart as well as a concept, yeah, sure, there's advantages to that, but it translates into like more intrusive lighting spread everywhere, where as the previous speaker was pointing out, darkness is, you know, as much you can afford to have it is a benefit. We've seen the test lighting turned on at night in Nolan Park, and it's not quote unquote natural in effect, but extremely intrusive. Even if they reduce from like 1 to 2 moonlight fixtures, as I think that is the proposal. I mean, it's possible to, as people point out, to provide unobtrusive lighting to particularly unique places like Governor's Island. There's some interesting lighting in the South Cove and Wagner Park areas in Battery Park City, for example. In any case, we've posted images on govislandcoalition.org and in the written testimony that I sent in. Thanks for the hearing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So that is all for the hands that are raised right now. I will also note that we did not receive any official resolution from the Community Board 1, although we are aware that the applicants did present to the board recently.
Great, thank you very much. So I'd like to turn back to the applicant team and ask if you would like to respond to the comments we've heard. And I think also it just maybe speak a little bit to the CB meeting, since we did not receive a resolution from them.
Thank you. I can speak first. I guess I don't know the normal cadence of when the community board sends their resolution, but it was approved both overwhelmingly at the committee level and by the full board. So I'm sure within short order you'll be receiving that formal resolution from Manhattan CB1. But again, it was fully supported. I think the one thing that without I'll leave some of the materiality questions and brightness questions to my technical colleagues, but I do want to note that the lights are zoned, and so we use our public spaces for a large variety of different uses, from the ice skating rink I noted in the area around Colonel's Row this winter, to movie nights in the parade grounds that we co-host with Lincoln Center Film, to arts and sculptural and other types of programming in the Nolan Park Central Green. And so the moonlighting actually is important for us so that we can use and host public programming beyond just the normal daylight hours. And the moonlighting, I think, is an appropriate way to cast a light over a large area without it being bright. We've also taken care with the mock-ups in Nolan Park and Colonel's Row, where although we're not allowed to have residential on the island, obviously it's a residential typology, and our hope in particular Nolan Park that's going to be renovated as a full year-round arts and cultural district, that there will be residencies and artists living on upper floors of some of those homes for residency programs. And in fact, in Building 9, the Block House, we host our first generation of those tenants, the Institute for Public Architecture and Shandaken projects, which both are kicking off year-round or overnight residencies this year. And my point there just being that we've been intentional in wanting there to be enough light that the public space can be utilized at a variety of different days and seasons, but also not so obtrusive that if there's an artist or a scholar sleeping temporarily up in one of the upper floors of those single family homes or former single family homes, that it's not obtrusive. So we have been thinking about the variety of ways that we're and who our users are. Of course, there are park goers during the day or an early evening, but if we're looking to be a 24/7 destination where it feels safe to walk around at any hour, no matter your age or sex. And so, we are trying to achieve the kind of typical public space levels of lighting that you would find around the city. So that I'll Brian or Nicole, if either of you have things to add or respond to.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say that I didn't mention it earlier. We also received SHPO approval for this proposal in May of this year, in addition to presenting to the Landmarks Committee for Community Board 1. So SHPO is aware of this proposal and provided essentially a letter of no effect to us earlier this year. I just wanted to also clarify that, again, the proposed lighting will actually reduce the total number of light posts in the historic district. And we are also looking at ways to reduce, overall lighting levels. And I'll let Brian and his team at Bold to speak to that a little bit more. But going back to sort of that Victorian era shorter light post design would require a significant increase in the number of poles to achieve that same level of lighting safety. So we are looking at this as a piece of infrastructure that provides public safety, not just sort of like an ornamental decorative proposal. I'll turn it over to Brian.
Yeah. So I think, Nicole and Christopher touched on two very important scope items that we were tasked with years ago, is creating a lot of different functions that the lighting must achieve. It achieves safety from both a visual point of view and cameras. There's a certain level of lighting needed for both color cameras and black and white cameras. Multiple functions happening inside parks and on pathways. Being able to zone them so you can have them on and off separately, so you can shut off a park and shut off an area, or just keep the pedestrian path on. So there's a lot of function happening, and what we started to do, look, Nadette, you're right. The island is very sophisticated. Sandy Hook in Jersey is a little, similar in another Coast Guard area. Actually, the Coast Guard or Navy, I think it's Coast Guard. But it's interesting that the buildings grew up to be sort of sophisticated. The land wasn't always, and in some of the older pictures, you can see that there were some sort of, rough wildlife and, some sort of industrial type things on the island. So there's a precedent for it, and we're sort of looking at that to bring some of that into the park from an aesthetic point of view. But what started to happen in the original task was we started to get coordinated with all of the different functions. So we had street lighting poles, very sort of centrally Prospect Parky kind of original ideas, and we ended up with a lot of them. And then we ended up with large poles that were a little bit more sports-like, to illuminate moonlight, to do the moonlighting. So we ended up with a really tall pole there. And then the camera guy came in to do some camera poles or attach them to some of the lighting poles. And we ended up with a lot of technology. Somebody had said something to the effect of, that there's a temporary quality, I think it was Scott, that there's an industrial aspect to some of this stuff being temporary. And lighting is interesting because as even in the short life that everybody at this meeting has been around, we've seen several different kinds of lighting come around. We've seen mercury vapor, low pressure sodium, halogen, and LED. That's just short life that we've all been around. Lighting is a very new technology compared to how long New York has been around and how long even prior to New York being founded. So, there are a lot of different types of technology that come around, and we want to be able to make sure that we're future-proofing that, and also harkening back to the days where it was brand new technology, where Edison was just plugging in, string lights everywhere, especially on the Lower East Side. So we started to take all of that information. This is a lot of fun. We have spent hundreds of hours really developing these sorts of ideas, and do we go, with that sort of aesthetic where we can use the very old style approach to how we would illuminate cities and towns and things like that. When even, I mean, you know, it was a small town at one point, very briefly, but it was a small town. So we kind of went with that, thinking that it's a little bit more of a small town idea with this multifunction type pole, to avoid having both an expense of hundreds of poles and the future-proofing of having to change those and changing the technology. You know, 50 years from now, when LED is replaced by something else or becomes highly more efficient, it's very hard to go back into those poles and change them into a you know, more finished type of Victorian or Georgian type pole. So, I mean, I think everybody's concerns here are very real. They're all questions that we've asked ourselves many, many times over. And when tasked with all of the different challenges that we have, we really settled into this idea because it consolidated as much as possible. It solved the most amount of challenges we have in these multifunction areas. Aesthetically, we know that it's a risk aesthetically, I think is probably the best way to put it, but it does have historical precedent. And I think as they age and as the trees grow and as the park kind of develops, I think that when you're not focusing on them, they're going to be shaded in a little bit from the trees. They're also going to grow. They get kind of a faded grayish color. The grain starts to separate a little bit. So I do think that they'll blend a little bit more. Will they be this nice little thin Victorian acorn? No, obviously we're not trying to do that. But it will. We think it'll certainly be better than having 50 acorns, 2 to 4 large like sports type poles, and you know, a dozen camera poles within one eye shot, right? So we really started to look at it from an organization regarding that, and just having to reduce the visual clutter. So I think that I hope that addresses a lot of the concerns. I know that a lot of them involved. Regarding Roger, I think you know, you have a lot of experience on the park. There's something to remember that you're seeing the mock-up when it's fresh, brand new out of the box. All light fixtures outside have a 20% what's called a light loss factor, and more actually when they're, you know, anywhere near cars or the ocean, the salt, and all that sort of thing. There's a 20% light loss factor over about the course of a year, and even a little bit more as time goes on. So the lamp depreciates a little bit, and the dirt appreciates on the fixture. So we're going to be 20% brighter, and we are currently, with that 20% light loss factor, we are currently at the minimum allowed for safety in cameras. So that's how we came up with the lumen output that we've established. I think that should address most of the concerns. Nicole or Christopher, have I missed any of that?
Yeah, I would just, one more comment about the height really quick. The 35-foot tall poles only comprise of about 15 of the posts that are being proposed to be installed in the historic district. The rest of the lighting, and that's concentrated around these sort of shared public space areas. The rest of the lighting would be mounted on a 25-foot tall post. And so that really comprises the vast majority of the lighting that we'll see in the historic district.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll be getting rid of all the Cobra heads and some of the big glare bombs. Oh, another really important thing to talk about is when we're talking about multiple poles and acorns, one of the things that happens with acorns is you get a lot of glare. And so what's interesting about that is you wind up with these sort of points of light everywhere, more or less at eye level, especially as you're going up and down the grade. But one of the really interesting things that happens with that is your pupils constrict a little bit, and it makes it seem darker around a brighter light source. What we're doing is we're allowing your pupils to open up a little bit more. This is called adaptation compensation in the technical term. We're allowing your pupils to open up more so that you can actually function in a much lower level of light. So the level of light is actually considerably less than if we had multiple acorns. It's because of that glare reduction that it could feel brighter, but that's because we are extremely adaptive.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, do we have any final questions? All right, I'm going to start to send you requests to unmute so that we can move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. All right, Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Devonshire, would you second that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion, and I want to thank the team for presenting and also to the members of the public for commenting. And we'll have I'm sure, a very interesting discussion here. Is there, can we?
There's never.
Okay. I want to just sort of start off by noting the history that was presented to us, that there are a number of different types of signs and poles on the site, some that are left over from the Coast Guard and some that were approved by the Landmarks Commission in the past. And this plan is to replace all lighting with a unified lighting. And I want to just note, as Vice Chair Bland did at the beginning, that the commission does not regulate the wattage or intensity or quality of the light. We regulate the fixture. And, we may think about the wattage or intensity to the extent that it speaks to the number of poles or their location, but that is not specifically before us. And when we do look at light fixtures, we look at their size, scale, placement, and design to determine whether or not it complements or just doesn't detract from the historic character of whether it's a building or a site. And so we'll be looking at these fixtures in that manner. We don't necessarily require that applicants do historic looking fixtures. We have approved very modern fixtures or utilitarian fixtures. I think New York Public Library, you may recall, we've approved very slim modern fixtures in the plaza at that location. So they don't have to look necessarily like a historic fixture, but we have certainly approved for site lighting certain types for other parks around around the city that the commissioners can think about as well as we discuss our comments here. So with that, let's go ahead and of course, I'll finally want to note that Governor's Island is a unique place, even different from our wonderful parks. And so thinking about the unique site and island of Governor's Island and the layers of building types and styles here, I think is also something one can think about as we think about this context. And so with that, I will kick it off and turn it over to Vice Chair Bland to start the comments.
Thank you. I just want to say the obvious, that one of the great wonders of New York City in the 21st century is finally we get this island to ourselves and to use it and to love it. And I think every year it's used and loved more and more by our citizens. 8+ million citizens get to use it, not just some military folk. So it's an important thing to get this right. I'll note, somewhat in passing, I've been involved in the development of Brooklyn Bridge Park since before it started even, and have followed it all the way through, very closely, being involved from the community side, and was marveling at the designs as they were coming up. I must say, when the lighting was installed, I was simply appalled. I don't know how to describe it, but over time, as the trees grew up around it, it seems to have settled in and be fairly appropriate at this point. Although the trees have obscured some of the lights, and now it's dark in some places where it probably shouldn't be. But what's different about Governor's Island and Brooklyn Bridge Park, I think, is significant. And what's different is the architecture around and that exists on Governor's Island, which didn't exist, of course, at Brooklyn Bridge Park at all. And I think that's what's giving me pause. The designers here have made every brilliant defense of their scheme in terms of efficiency, it makes a lot of sense. I understand that. It really does. Even the changeability over long periods of time. But it's hard to get around the fact that these are what I grew up calling telephone poles. They're utility poles, and they look like utility poles. And maybe there are fewer of them than would be in existence. Certainly there are fewer of them than would be in existence if the so-called acorn or some other version of a more familiar looking light was used. I'm hard pressed to say that this is appropriate because of the architecture, in addition to the trees, but the architecture, this doesn't seem appropriate in my judgment at this point. Now, Sarah pointed out the New York Public Library scheme, and that offers, I think, some interesting ideas as opposed to, for instance, many acorn, 12, 15 foot, whatever they are, even less maybe, scattered throughout the entire site. Pools of light. Maybe higher poles, black poles, metal poles, I don't know, something like that. Maybe that could be appropriate as opposed to the acorn. But I'm hard pressed because I want this thing to be modern, to be sensible, to be efficient, to not be overly costly. But I just can't find that, since we're relegated to opining on the fixture itself, that this is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
Thanks, Fred. And I think I am in agreement of what Fred has, with what a lot of what Fred has said. And I also just want to reiterate, as he said, that this island has really evolved over time into such an incredible place. And it's amazing what's going on in terms of visitorship, and also the growing tenant list of cultural groups and the activities that happen here every year, and the restoration that's gone on, and it's only going to get better, and it's a city asset. You know, this slide that is up here, page 18, for better or for worse, I think underscores, just why these lights don't really, this particular fixture doesn't fit in that well. It does have an old telephone pole feel to it, and within the setting, it doesn't really seem to work. I don't think that the fixture, I agree, I don't think that the fixture has to be historic, and it can be modern, but it needs to either complement or add in some way. I want to applaud the applicants for thinking about this in very, in terms that are important: public safety issues, energy efficiency, reducing the number of poles and adding different kinds of lights to it, not having lights that have this like horrible, like sort of halo of light. And I mean, you've thought of so many things. And I think there are opportunities to combine a lot of these ideas, but maybe but I would recommend it another type of pole.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson?
Oh, okay. Okay, let's start with this. Someone had mentioned that the wooden, these style of poles are used at historic Richmond Town. Having chaired the board there for a decade, we spent that decade trying to get rid of these telephone poles. Now, having said that, when we had the telephone poles there, nobody even realized they were there, and they actually weren't distracting. And as soon as we replaced them with the more traditional some Central Park-ish kind of poles, then people started noticing the lighting. But they noticed it positively. And as a sort of second point here, before I tell you what I think, I think the people who make the Central Park lights, they're out in Long Island, and they refer to these actually as a tulip, the Central Park tulip. And they make hundreds of these designs, and there's tons of choices. And all of them are energy efficient. All of them are LED, and they're all adaptable. And they last. There is no such thing as using a light bulb in these things anymore. And the energy they draw is really, really, really low, and the amount of light they give is enormous. I know because I bought them myself. And so I'm of the mind that while this is an interesting idea in a more rural location, I think in light of the context of the island and the particular age of the buildings, et cetera, that another style of lighting pole and fixture would be more appropriate, or would be appropriate. I don't think that the wooden poles are appropriate.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Schermerhorn, I know you joined us in the middle of this. I don't know if you saw enough to feel comfortable commenting today.
I feel like I did see enough.
Okay, great.
It's okay. I'm happy to comment. So firstly, I do think that I'm in absolute support of the program here, which is to provide sufficient lighting, sustainably sufficient lighting for use that is new and future use here and round the clock. And I think that that's an absolutely, that's a goal that makes sense and does not, I think, detract from the historic quality of experience on the island. It's rather. But I am really in agreement with the others and with Commissioner Bland's, first thoughts about this. I struggled at first, and now I'm kind of reassured that my sense of it is shared by others. That there is something. It's not that the poles, the wooden poles, are sort of too utilitarian. It's that they are conjuring a certain quaintness about the utilitarianness, or it's hearkening to some kind of stylistic reference that I think is forced here. And so beside they're looking like telephone poles, and they don't actually have that old kind of utility about them. It seems forced. So on the other hand, I actually think that the fixtures and the variety of different kind of fixtures that are attached to them are actually quite, I think, good. It's sort of straightforward, somewhat historic, somewhat industrial, somewhat, a combination of things. And there are a couple of images, I think, on page 28 and others that are, it seems as though they might be, and I could be wrong, back up of 3, I think, attachable to one more back, to some kind of a steel or vertical post. And I think that, and I don't understand entirely what that image is saying. Is it saying that there's a vertical that's attached to the wood? I'm not asking for clarification now, but there's something a little bit about it to me. But I do think it's an interesting thing, and it would seem to me that we might be able to ask them to pursue this so that it kind of keeps their multi-fixtured approach, allows for the fixtures that they're proposing to be used, but just not on the wood posts.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, I agree with a great deal of what has been previously said. Obviously, I share other commissioners' feeling that this is a very positive direction in general, that the the Governor's Island group is trying to take, which is to organize and unify the lighting and provide for safety and future use. I think all of that is excellent. I also find that the poles are they're neither particularly, while sustainable, they are not very attractive. They're neither decorative nor sleek. And I think the fixtures themselves, as Commissioner Schermerhorn was just saying, they're not so bad. I mean, they seem sort of reasonable. And if they were maybe on a slim black pole, I suppose probably metal would be more practical than a painted wood. That possibly that might work. They basically, they need to have some kind of attractive design, and basically this isn't it. But I don't think the idea of the fixtures and the concept, I think, is appealing. Where this seems to look the best is maybe on something like the mast lighting that they were looking at. Maybe that's existing lighting. No, it's a plan. The mast lighting, if it were on a slender sort of perhaps metal pole, looks to me has some style to it, and I think that's. So basically, I shared the remarks that other people have made, all of them together.
Okay.
Including
Great.
last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Devonshire?
Oh, I'm having some trouble with this, mostly because I'm in disagreement with my fellow colleagues who I love and adore. Our office has been messing around on Governor's Island since the early 1980s. We did condition assessments of the Nolan Park buildings when they were mostly abandoned. More recently worked on the Admiral's house, and I've spent a lot of time out there, and I'm always taken back to that feeling of it being a military base, and it was, and as fancy as it's becoming, I don't think it ever escapes that. And I will just say it's because of that the utilitarian nature of these things is okay with me. This place reminds me, it always reminds me of sort of an uncompletely developed Presidio like San Francisco. And in the Presidio, they've come up with this uniform lighting system that's fancy and of an era that's completely discordant, as far as I'm concerned, with the buildings that are on the landscape. Nevertheless, I don't want to gas bag on too long about this. I think one of the things that the applicant has done is a disservice to themselves by showing the southern yellow pine as if it has just been debarked. And what these things will do is similar to cedar. They don't gray completely, but they won't be as garish in the landscape. The other thing I would say is that I don't equate these with telephone poles at all. I just equate them with a utilitarian purpose, which definitely has a place on something that was a military installation. The other thing that I feel very strongly about is that Governor's Island is a piece of property in flux, and anything that they can do, i.e. the concept of uniform lighting and making the place safer, that helps them to reactivate the entire island and get all of these buildings occupied so that there is no question about this going on into the future is an admirable and an acceptable effort. And so in a way, I see these things as a temporary effort to forward the crusade of getting Governor's Island to be whole. And in that they are temporary. I mean, a black painted metal pole says, this is it, this is forever, and this is our decision. As far as I'm concerned, these are going to be a temporary installation, and I think they will be, frankly, as lighting changes and needs change, as the island changes. And so I am on board with these 100%.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, very interesting discussion. I sort of, as Michael Devonshire just said, this is a debate about, what are these posts being used for? And I think that I am in, deep respect with Vice Chair Fred Bland. He didn't mention that he's also involved with the Prospect Park, not just the Brooklyn Bridge Park. So he has a lot of knowledge. And I think speaking for the struggle that New York City also had is about the type of lighting fixtures in the public realm. That whether, even DOT overruled the so-called antique or the Bishop's Crook type of lighting. And so the question is, what is appropriate lighting? And to the point, Michael Devonshire's point about that it is, you go on the island, I totally agree with all the commission's point. This place has evolved. It has gradually warmed up, opened up. The public is enjoying it, the culture, the environmental sustainability, the composting, and the all that is the fresh air and the lack of cars on the island makes it a very enjoyable public experience for the public. And I think the hang up, I do agree, is the color, because is the the illustration, the natural wood when it's actually used is not in this color. This is only when it's brand new, just freshly and painted. I think so. I do not know whether so I'm sort of in between the fence. I do agree with Michael Devonshire's point that in terms of flexibility, in terms of the temporary nature, unless you're absolutely sure that this is fixed in plan, a master plan of a steel pole type of lighting, there's something to be said on both camps. So I'll leave it as that. So it depends on what you want to do, Chair, whether you want them to restudy. We are way over time by an hour already.
Yeah. Okay. So I think, thank you, all of you, for your thoughtful comments. And I think this needs a little bit more thought and a little more work and conversation. So we won't take an action today. I think that all of the commissioners are extremely supportive of the idea of a lighting scheme that helps to support the island, reactivate uses on the island, and aid, which will ultimately aid in the long-term preservation of the historic buildings in the historic district. And I think we all are also really supportive of the idea of fixtures and poles that are sustainable, have a small low carbon footprint, have or embodied carbon, and are efficient, fewer, thinking about the amount of light allows for fewer numbers, and also thinking about the migratory patterns of birds. And so all of those goals are also important as well. And I think we're, while not our purview, are supportive of that. And so I think that many commissioners have asked that the pole and or the fixtures be restudied, and in the context of the particular site here, and thinking about it in the context of landscape and historic buildings. I do want to acknowledge that the buildings, there are a range of buildings from different centuries, including the 20th century here. So again, I don't think that we need to be talking about one particular style I do think there is certainly, as Commissioner Devonshire said, a sort of military feel to it. So I think that may be something one could dig into a little bit more and think about, explore a little bit more. So I think we will ask the applicants to think about all of the comments they've heard and to come back to us with either a revised proposal and or a different sort of framing of the approach in the context of the specific elements that and citing characteristics that we discussed today, so that we can really think about it in the way that you all are thinking about it. So we'll take no action. And as Commissioner Wellington said, we are more than an hour and we're about an hour and 20 minutes behind. So we will break for lunch now for a half an hour. We'll come back at 2:10 and we'll ask all members of the public to voluntarily exit the meeting so that if you are planning to rejoin the meeting at 2:10, you don't have any technical difficulties. So just if you can all exit and then we'll readmit you at 2:10. And thank you everybody for your comments, and we'll